Divine Spirit, as we come together in prayer, we lift our hearts. We bless this meeting with everyone present. We look to the future as a measure of our planning. We recognize the past as a measure of our accomplishments. But it is in this moment that we do our work. We affirm that we come together with open minds so that we can hear each person's words that shares this morning. We affirm understanding so that we are able to communicate in wisdom. We affirm that we hold this place as a safe one, that every person is heard and seen in the respect of our humanity. Each person here accepts the responsibility of our democracy and lifts its mantle to the highest and best for each resident. We seek this meeting for what it is, to represent our county and the best we have to offer in government. So in prayer, we give thanks for all that we have, all that we desire to accomplish, and each person that is given of their time to be here this day. May thy will be done through us in each and every moment, in each and every word, and in each and every action. And so it is. Amen.
Please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Reverend Ken, and thank you, Supervisor Kellstrom. Did want to remind the public today that if you would like to address the board on any item, please fill out a speaker request card. They're located at the back of the room. This morning we have regular calendar item, and you can address us on any one of those items. Then we have open time. Then we have our consent calendar, and you can address us on any item on the consent. Then we're back to regular calendar. We'll have closed session, and you can address us on those. And then we also have the special meeting thereafter. Starting first is R1, receive a presentation titled Trends and Insights, Proposition 103 in California's Risk Crisis from Janet Ruiz of the Insurance Information Institute, and this is sponsored by Supervisor Rickert. Would you like to give us an introduction?
Yes. For those of us that live in rural areas, insurance has become a huge, huge problem in Shasta County, as it is actually throughout all of California. And I just wanted to bring this to the forefront. I want to educate the public as much as possible. I think this is one of our true issues in Shasta County. You know, it decreases land value. People aren't able to sell their properties because people can't get insurance. So it's a true problem, and I think we need to educate ourselves. I'm hoping that Sacramento moves rapidly and makes some changes. I know there's some discussions about that because we all need to be able to protect our property. So that's important, and I appreciate Ms. Ruiz joining us today. I thank you so much, and I hope that you can enlighten Shasta County as to some things that we can do to kind of soften the blow as what's going on here. So thank you.
Thanks so much for having me. I am Janet Ruiz with the Insurance Information Institute. We are a nonprofit insurance trade association, and we are supported by insurance companies as our members. The one difference between us and other trade associations is we're non-lobbying. So we're more about educating the public and helping people understand insurance. And we do a lot of that through the use of data and facts to help you understand how insurance works, what it does. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the actual insurance crisis, the rise in homeowner premiums, what brought us to this, and then I want to finish up with what's happening right now in Sacramento and how we're working towards fixing some of these issues. Stephanie does have a handout that she can email or give to all of you with the details and a few charts so that you can have a takeaway to share with, you know, people that you are talking with.
And Janet, just so everybody is aware, there are those handouts in the back of the chambers in the cubbies if anybody would like to see those.
Oh, great. Thank you. So the insurance crisis, and why have insurance premiums gone up? Well, replacement costs, rebuilding homes, and replacing contents, but especially the rebuilding of homes, has actually outpaced inflation. I think we're all aware, when we go to the gas pumps or the grocery store, how inflation has affected us. But rebuilding costs have actually outpaced inflation. So that's one issue. Wildfire risk, as we know, I also live in Lake County, so I deal with that risk as well, has been quite an issue. And then Prop 103 in California, which came in 1988, has also slowed down some of the processes, and I'll talk about that a little bit afterwards, or later on in my talk. But let's start with underwriting profits can't keep up with losses. So a 10-year average of what we call the combined ratio, so that's the premiums we took in, the losses we paid out, is 108.1. What does that mean? That means for every dollar that we took in premium in the last 10 years in California, we paid out $8.1. So that's no underwriting profit in the last 10 years. And, that is part of what insurers need to do, is make some profit. And one of the causes was artificially low premiums. There's a chart in the handout that I hope you will pick up, because I think it's very useful, that shows in 2020, the average premiums across the country were around, let's see, looking at my notes, we're at $1,700 a year. So that's average across the whole country, $1,700 for a homeowner's insurance policy. And California was $1,400 average across the whole state for a homeowner's policy. And we know that it's much more expensive to live in California than many other states. So how did that happen? Well, Prop 103 impedes risk, what we call risk-based pricing. So we price the policy for the risk that we expect. And there were a few reasons why it did that. One is when we want to increase premiums, we have to go through the Department of Insurance and file the request, and then they approve it after they review it. Well, Prop 103 also gave public interveners the opportunity to intervene anytime they don't agree with a increased request from an insurance company. And this slowed down the process. Some of the requests to increase would take 2 or 3 years. And then insurers also would put in smaller requests, not really reflecting the risk, just to not have intervention come in. The other interesting part of the intervening process is the insurance companies actually have to pay the interveners actuarial type salaries while they do intervention. So interesting that they have actually made quite a bit of money off intervening. The other two items that were holding the insurance companies back and are in California are risk modeling. So we can only look back at the history of the last 20 years when we're asking for rate increases, and we need to be able to use risk modeling, which looks forward. And we know with climate change, things have been changing quite a bit in the last 20 years. we need to be able to look forward. And then we insurance companies buy reinsurance. So we may insure up to $20 million in a certain, area or et cetera. And then we would buy reinsurance on top of that in case there's a catastrophe like the Camp Fire, which we're coming up on the 5th anniversary on November 6th. So we weren't able to use the cost of reinsurance that we pay in the pricing or the risk increases. So we've asked the Department of Insurance to be able to do those things so that we can accurately price risk. So how does that affect you as policyholders? Well, without being able to price the risks correctly across, many different areas, as the supervisor mentioned, there's a lot of wildfire risk areas in California. Not being able to price them correctly made insurance companies have to either stop writing new policies, which we saw like State Farm and Allstate and a few others do that, or non-renew policies in high-risk areas because they could only write so many. The good news was the insurance companies, most of them didn't actually leave the state, but they did reduce how much they could write because they have to have enough premium to be able to pay the claims. So it was really to protect the policyholders that they already have. And that's not a great message to us if we're trying to buy a new house or switch companies or we got non-renewed. So many people, and I'm sure in your area, have ended up with either non-admitted carriers, which we call surplus lines, who don't have to follow the regulations of the Department of Insurance and charge very high premiums, or the California Fair Plan, which only insures people in wildfire risk areas and is a much higher premium. So what we'd like to get back to is having all the standard admitted carriers, the Allstates, the State Farms, the Farmers, it's nationwide, all the normal carriers be writing insurance in wildfire risk areas as well as across the state. And how are we going to do that? So we've been working closely with the California Department of Insurance and the legislators. The Senate Insurance Committee has held several hearings this year on the use of risk modeling, on why most states allow risk modeling and the price of reinsurance to be included in the rate making process. So why doesn't California? Could we do that? And then the other component that we're all working on, many stakeholders, not just the insurance industry, builders, CAL FIRE, you name it, the Office of Emergency Services, we are working on mitigation and what is scientific-based mitigation that really will keep your home from burning or your business. So the IBHS, which is the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, put together the Wildfire Prepared Home Program, and it's wildfireprepared.org, and it is science-based. You can get a certification that your home is wildfire prepared. You can't just do one or two things. You do have to do the whole group in order to get the certification, but it is science-based mitigation that does resist wildfire. And scientists, engineers, et cetera, work on these things. So the good news is right now, with the Department of Insurance, they have asked insurance companies to really start writing again in wildfire areas and only have 15% of the very most high risk in the California FAIR Plan. And how are they doing that? They're going to allow insurers to use the risk-based modeling. They are going to give the discounts out, which would be incentive for homeowners to do mitigation, because as we know, as we make our communities safer from wildfire and our homes and our businesses, we all win. So that's what we're working on right now. Now, it's not happening overnight, but it is in the process, and the Department of Insurance did put out a statement on how they're going to do it and all the ways that, you know, they're going to help the insurance companies start writing more insurance again in California and in areas like Shasta County. So we're looking forward to that, and we are working closely with them. Insurance companies want to be in California. It's the 4th largest market in the world, and it's an important place for all of us. So insurance companies are working towards it, so I think that's important for you to know, that things are in progress, and work on mitigation. I know your cities and county work hard on mitigation, making your properties and your communities safer. So keep that work going. It will pay off in many ways, and insurance will be one of them.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz. Does any of the board members have any questions? We do have a few speaker request cards. Supervisor Rickard.
Yes, and I hate to put you on the spot, but you said that in the future, do you have any, can you look in your crystal ball, and do you have any anticipated idea of when more people can be covered other than the FAIR Plan?
Well, my crystal ball just comes from the program that the Department of Insurance put out, and I can send that over to Stephanie too. It's pretty well, it's somewhat specific and somewhat vague, unfortunately, but they expect to be done approving requests from each of the companies by the end of 24.
Okay.
We would hope that they'll speed the process up. We did see, I think it was the 30th, so yesterday, we saw that they had actually approved California FAIR Plan to use the Zesty AI wildfire risk modeling, which is more specific to each person's property and not just like a general overview of an area, to help with writing more policies and, you know, homes that are less risky than others, because as we know, you know, like my home is on flat land and I don't have any trees touching anything. And then, you know, other people might be on a slope and they have, you know, trees. And so the models didn't always distinguish between that. It might just look and go, well, you're in Hidden Valley Lake, that's high risk. So it will give property owners more distinguishing on what they've done and what their risk is. So that was the first one I've seen, but that's a big deal that they can use the risk modeling to distinguish which homes are more risky than others. So we hope to see a lot more of that coming a lot quicker. You know, the sooner the better for all of us. We want to insure your homes, and again, the Department of Insurance is working on it, but they did say by the end of 24, again, hopefully sooner.
Right. One other couple questions is Firewise councils. Are you familiar with that and how they can
Very.
help? And how they can help a person, and then in addition to Firewise councils, if CAL FIRE can come out and do an inspection, and will those two factors, can they impact what a person's premium would end up being?
Well, the Firewise program is a recognized community program. I'm in a Firewise community as well. And that is recognized in the and fire safe council type programs, fire adapted communities. Those would all be part of the community discount program. I would really recommend that as a Firewise community or council that you look at the wildfire prepared home program. That certification definitely will be recognized. It's a great program. It spells it all out, and it tracks. They worked with CAL FIRE. Actually, had them work with them. So CAL FIRE and IBHS put on demonstrations in Sacramento and Southern California a few weeks ago of 2 buildings, one that burns, one that doesn't, with embers flying out of them.
I think I saw that. Yeah, right.
It's very well defined. It defines landscape. The big push now is what we call the 0 zone, which is 0 to 5 feet around your house, and how to keep that fire resistant. So a lot of work has been done towards this, and the Firewise and Fire Safe Council type programs are very good because that helps the community understand how to do it. And oftentimes you can get grants, et cetera, now too. So that's a good question. Thanks for bringing it up.
And fortunately, we have a very robust Fire Safe Council, and there's many Firewise councils forming or have been formed in Shasta County. So if people in their particular communities, if they need to reach out to their local Fire Safe Council / Firewise Council, and that would be helpful. One last question. I've heard, and I don't know if it's a rumor, but the California Fair Plan that if there was several catastrophic fires, that they wouldn't have the ability to pay damages to those that hold insurance with them. Is that a true rumor, or is that not?
Well, it would depend on the loss, of course, and the wildfire. But what happens, actually, I think is more important for you to understand. It's not a state-run program. It's all actually funded by the insurance companies. And all the admitted insurance companies, which there are over 100 in California, have to participate in order to be admitted in the state of California. If there's a wildfire that exceeds the amount of money that the California Fair Plan has to pay out for losses, all the insurance companies will be assessed to pay the overage.
Okay. That answers that question. Well, I want to thank you so much for coming and joining us today and providing this information for the residents of Shasta County.
Thanks so much for having me, and please do pick up the handouts so you can have those data points handy.
Supervisor Garman.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Hello, Mrs. Ruiz. I have just one question for you. That is regarding auto insurance. I was just informed a couple days ago from one of my...
I'm sorry, somebody's talking and I can't hear your question.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. This is Supervisor Garman. I just have a question about auto insurance. We touched a lot there on homeowners insurance, but I had a constituent the other day tell me they couldn't get auto insurance because they're not writing plans until the end of November. The couple different local companies he talked to. Is there truth to that, or what does the auto insurance look like?
Well, the handout will also talk a little about auto insurance and why the rates are increasing. But there is auto insurance available, and I don't know, of course, that person's situation, what's their driving record, etc. But there is a standard auto insurance as well as non-standard available in the state of California. The prices have gone up. Similarly to homeowners, inflation is one issue. The cost of parts, labor, buying a new auto, replacing vehicles has certainly gone up. So we've seen an increase in auto rates. But there are still insurance companies writing auto insurance in California. They are dealing with the same issue from Prop 103. And so, but insurers are being encouraged to ask for the increases they need in order to collect enough premium to pay the losses. So I guess, I would say shop, look to a brokerage probably if a person is having a hard time finding a policy, because a brokerage would represent several insurance companies and know which ones they could go to and probably get a policy, rather than having to call all of the carriers yourself.
Great advice. Thank you.
Any other questions for Janet? Seeing none, thank you for the report. Very, very informational, and sounds like there's some good news in there, so we appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
So we do have a few speaker request cards. First up is Joshua Brown. There's no vote on this. This is an informational item only. And Stephanie, can we have the lights, please?
Yes, absolutely, Chair. And I was going to ask, do we want to keep Janet on for public comment, or are we free to set her let her go free?
If she's willing to stick around, that would be fine.
Okay.
Joshua Brown, followed by Margaret Hanson.
I'm back, and I'm off the cuff today. Going to try not using notes. Wish me luck. I have a fundamental disagreement with this presentation, and that is insurance companies are too greedy. They can dip into their CEO salaries. They're not supply side trickle down economics only works for those at the top. Speculative, greedy, finance-based economy isn't a religion. And, I know personally people who are having their home insurance from State Farm, AAA, others cut off because we live in Shasta County, a high fire risk. So companies are not being forced not to insure us. They're choosing not to insure us because they don't want to pay for high risk. So, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Margaret Hanson. And I have no other speaker requests for R1.
Okay, so insurance in the state of California, I gotta tell you, it is the craziest thing I've ever seen. I know a lot of people who are cut off just because they're in Shasta County or the state of California or in a supposed or alleged high fire danger zone. When California has their paws in it, so it's not just the insurance companies, they're leaving in droves because of the state of California and their overreach in a lot of this. I'm going to give a public service announcement also, which will help. But the FAIR plan isn't really fair, because I've known people that have had their insurance rates tripled when they're forced to go that direction because the insurance company will not insure them. I do have insurance. I actually have 5 acres of defensible space that have sheep on it. So my suggestion is sheep, goats, cows, grazing, and things like that. Defensible space is very important. There's my public service announcement. But the risk is all-encompassing to the state of California. You are a number, not a person. So your property is included with a whole bunch of others who don't have defensible space. My take is that if you show that you have done your due diligence on your property, you should not be having all of these problems. I have friends who They didn't have a fire on their property. They have defensible space. They live in Anderson, of all places, and they were cut off from their insurance because of the fact that they were close to the fire zone that did the tortoise, went through the tortoise sanctuary there. And it's insane. It's insane. So we got to get a handle on this. The state of California doesn't need to step up with their own plan or forcing people to get that plan. They need to step up with making insurance companies be due diligent, but also having themselves staying out of a bunch of stuff. There's too many rules and regulations. The insurance companies are leaving. They're not writing plans. I do have a plan, but I went through a broker, so that was a good suggestion. And she found a very, very good plan that encompassed all of the stuff that I needed to accomplish. But we've been through 4 supposed forced evacuations, which I never left, because I know how to do defensible space on my property, and we took care of things. I have a cool roof on my house now, and I have vents that are actually fire resistant rather than the old vents. So when we re-roofed the house, that happened. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Mike, come on up, followed by Jenny, and then Randy after that.
I somewhat agree with both of the people before me, although like Larry the Cable Guy said, you can't fix stupid. And in Anderson, in the past 3 weeks, there have been 3 burn piles that have gone out of control. We want to reduce the cost of our insurance, get rid of burn piles, outlaw them. There are no more. Make them haul their brush to Willibrators or someplace that can compost it. Because if you don't, our insurance rates will never come down. Mine just doubled. I live on 3 acres with defensible space. My neighbor right over here, he was just outside of a 5-acre that got out of control. The burn piles have got to stop. They're bad for asthmatic people, they're bad for the environment, and they're bad for our insurance rates. You want to stop it? Stop that first. Yes, PG&E has done their crap, but having idiots do burn piles that are supposed to be 4x4s and they're doing 20x30s in a wind area, come on. If you just get rid of the burn piles and stop that, you will bring everybody's insurance rates down, because then that crap doesn't get out of control. Make people take stuff and get it composted. If you do that, this council can bring all of our insurances down. And that is just the way it is.
Thank you. Jenny, followed by Randy.
I didn't actually have too much to say on this because I think everybody pretty much agrees on this, that insurance is crap here. Really, my dad's been asking for us to talk to the insurance commissioner forever, because I know during the car fire alone, there are people who had been paying into insurance and then the insurance didn't pay back out again, because a lot of people got canceled without even being warned or told that they were going to be canceled. There are people like my mom and Bernie sold her house because it's not just fire, it's flood. We're not even in a floodplain. Bernie is up in the mountains, but we still had to pay an extraordinary flood insurance policy. And fire, flood, all these things. And they can cancel on us at any time. And something needs to be done about that, because if you're paying into insurance, what are you paying for if you don't get it back out if your house burns down or something happens to you? Like, oh, we paid for insurance for our apartment, not realizing that you needed separate fire insurance for that, because, you know, after the car fire, my husband's like, oh God, what if we lose everything? And then I was educated elsewhere and went like, Benj, insurance only covers like theft or stuff, but if our house burns down, we don't have any coverage for that. And it's really hard to get insurance in this area for fire or flooding because nobody wants to cover it. And it doesn't matter what California is doing, other than the fact that they're not fighting for us. Like there is no one that's trying to get insurance to come back here or forcing them to pay out on things that we already paid on. And those are things that really need to be done. I know way too many people that just never rebuilt and ended up leaving the area because insurance just never covered what it should. And that's something to think about.
Thank you. Randy, come on up, and I have no other speaker requests for R1.
We are in a high fire risk area, and it's getting worse. And in my neighborhood, there's few people who can afford insurance, even without the extra costs of this high fire risk area. But Shasta County, but California is not the only state that is facing these conditions. People are having to flee Florida also, and so it's a condition that's global, and so we have to really look and prepare for what's ahead for us, whether it's insurance and preparing for fire, and so I agree with a lot of what has been said already, but these conditions do exist and they're getting worse. Thanks.
Thank you, Randy. Come on up.
So we get a natural consequence of issues, hurricanes, tornadoes. Those are something that you can't control, but you can control whether or not your forests and your woodlands get cleaned out, cleared out, and fire safe. This is what the Indians did for how many years? Oh, many. Then the environmental stepped in and said, oh, we need to stop logging. We got to save the spotted owl. Spotted owl's done been barbecued. So it's time to move on now and start taking care of the forests and the woodlands. Okay, that would take care of some of the insurance problems. Okay, oh, and burn piles, right now it's bonfire and barbecues. 'Tis the season, bring it on, because it's gonna save later on. I mean, you're gonna have some stupid people out there, but most of the time you're gonna have some pretty intelligent people. So when the Carr fire hit, as of now, we have about 1.5 miles, if not 2 miles, of fire line around just our 5-acre parcel. Okay, BLM owns part of that land. They've never maintained it. We have other people who own some land around us. They've never maintained it, but we did. We also have water trucks. My husband stopped the fire from coming any further into the city at the WAPA power lines on Keswick Dam Road. He stopped it. Okay, we've done all of this, and we actually got a certificate of safety from the Department of Forestry. Didn't help us a bit. We finally lost our insurance and had to go to the fair plan. Not fair at all. So that's what needs to happen. Start clearing out some of these woodlands and these, goats are pretty cheap. Get them out there.
Thank you. Monique, come on up.
She took the thought right out of my head. I was going to say, when PETA argued for the spotted owl 23, 24 years ago, what this lends to my mind is that insurance companies, the corporations, have more control than the people, trying to protect what is theirs. And it's a frustrating situation. I just, a couple years back, was trying to purchase my house, and we had an issue with trying to get house insurance for fire and flood, and I live in the heart of Reading. I am nowhere near anywhere. The closest places to me that could possibly burn is Clover Creek Preserve. Outside of that, I've got municipality, Reading Fire Department, to come fight if there's a house fire. But years ago, fires didn't burn millions and millions of acres, and now those corporations don't want to supply insurance for individuals inside of California because of what PETA did 23 years ago. I'm not a very religious individual, but I do believe that in the book of Genesis, God straight up told Adam, you are to till this earth. Women will give birth, you need to till the earth. Well, man has not tilled the earth for a very long time, and then man has also made decisions to protect a spotted owl. Now, I guarantee all those spotted owls, a lot of people, a lot of houses have been turned into crispy critters, just like she said. So we have to realize that our decisions now are for our vast future, and it's very unfortunate that corporations keep getting more and more and more control. Josh and I talk about economics all the time, and at the heart of this issue are corporations having more control than we the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Would anyone else like to address us on R1? There's no vote on this. Seeing none, we'll move on to R2. This is to receive an annual report from the Shasta Mosquito and Vector Control District. And our manager, Pete, come on up. Peter.
Thank you, Chairman Jones, Board of Supervisors, staff. We're going to talk a little bit about 2022. First, while our presentation's coming up, I'll take the opportunity to introduce our appointments for the district from the county. So we have John Knight in the audience, and then Dave Marin was unfortunately not able to attend today. But those are the county representatives for our independent district. Oh. Great. Again, my name is Peter Bonkrud. I'm the district manager at Shasta Mosquito and Vector Control. Been serving there as the manager for just over 14 years now. And we are an independent special district that's charged with mosquito and vector control over 1,100 square miles of Shasta County. There's actually 2 other mosquito abatement districts in Shasta County. So there's Burney Basin Mosquito Abatement and Pine Grove out in MacArthur. I'm a little late coming to talk. Normally I'm here in the spring, but we've had a very busy 2023. So you'll have to hold your breath for that report. That's coming next time. So we're going to be talking about 2022. And although this year, unprecedented has been the word that I've used a lot, 2022 also came with its own idiosyncrasies. One of those being Anderson Cottonwood Irrigation District, which has had water in it since it was built. Did not have water in it in 2022, which created a very interesting year for us at the district. And I think a lot of times people forget about how those things kind of roll downhill and waterfall into other industries. And the fact that there was no water created a very strange year for us. We haven't, in our existence, having been created in 1919, never not had ACID with water in it. We are an independent special district charged with the mission of protecting the public's health from vector-borne disease and nuisance through a comprehensive mosquito and vector control program focused on innovation, experience, and efficiency. We have been around for over 100 years. We started as the Reading Mosquito Abatement District, and then over the course of time merged with several other mosquito abatement districts, and then in the 90s were rebranded as Shasta Mosquito and Vector Control. We've then since taken 2 annexations. One basically expanding on our pre-Prop 13 land, and then the final expansion was in 2007, where we took in everything up to Costella, out to French Gulch, and out to out to Viola. Here's our Board of Trustees for 2022. So the City of Anderson had a couple different people coming in. Melissa Hunt served the longest period of time during that. So we had her information up there, but there are your 2 representatives for 2022, Benjamin Hanna and Dave Marin. Dave's currently serving as the president of our board. We have a well-seasoned staff with over 191 years of service. Most of our staff have served over 15 years at the district, many of them with 20-plus years of experience. So we really believe in our mission, and we have a lot of people that are dedicated to what they do. We follow what's called integrated vector management, which if you're on the ag side of things, you might be familiar with integrated pest management. And it's very similar. Basically, the idea is utilizing surveillance to drive your control decisions. So there's no one-size-fits-all control solution for anything. You take the information, the surveillance that you're brought, and with that, you make the decision that's best for each situation. So if you want to think about a toolbox, you look at the problem you have and you find the right tool for each situation as it comes up. A lot of our work is driven by service requests. So service requests do not drive control activities, so you can't call and say, come spray our property, but you can call and initiate issues with mosquitoes at your property. We'll then come out and identify what those issues are and figure out the best control strategy to deal with those. So service requests drive our surveillance, or they don't drive our control. Most of our staff's time is spent doing what's called immature inspection or control, so finding the mosquitoes before they fly as adults. I would say roughly 85% of their time, sometimes as much as 90, depending on the time of year. But basically, finding mosquitoes before they emerge as adults is the most efficient, the most effective way for us to do mosquito control. And we have over 16,000 sources that we've mapped within our district boundaries that are inspected on a regular basis. When we do find mosquitoes, we have a variety of ways to control them. So we have our own indoor fish rearing facility where we do raise Gambusia affinis, or the mosquito fish, for biological control. They're great. They are a non-native species, however, so we have to be careful as to where we can plant those fish, but where we can and where it's appropriate, they do really well for us, and once they're planted and the water stays, they can be there forever. We also have a variety of chemical control strategies, and then physical control, source reduction, making water move better, or basically getting rid of water are some of the more permanent ways that we can reduce mosquito production. We also continue to do adult mosquito control. So when the populations become high enough within our surveillance and or we're seeing disease transmission, you'll see our vehicles out, typically dusk and dawn, so our vehicles go between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. That's because that's when adult mosquitoes are their most active. So the other times you'll sometimes see us is between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. We highly prize our surveillance and research, so we do a lot of work not only on the mosquito populations, mosquito abundance, speciation, but we also test our products regularly. We look for resistance within the populations. We have a variety of different projects going at any one time. We are now currently dealing with invasive Aedes, so Aedes albopictus and Aedes aegypti, 2 mosquitoes that moved in 2020. We've been dealing with those now for 3 years, and they are a very challenging group of mosquitoes to deal with. They like backyards, so different from our West Nile virus mosquitoes that are out in open pastures and marshlands. These mosquitoes are in the soda can that has a little extra water in it, or the gutter that you didn't clean out well enough the springtime before. So the sources are very cryptic, very hard for us to find, and so we're doing our best, but it is a very challenging project trying to get rid of these mosquitoes. Why do we care? Because these mosquitoes transmit diseases like dengue, chikungunya, Zika virus, which until 2.5 weeks ago, we didn't have any locally transmitted dengue in California. Unfortunately, I can no longer say that. Pasadena did have locally transmitted dengue reported about 2.5, 3 weeks ago now. In addition to our control, or a part of our control, we include outreach. So we try to get out to as many places as we can, get the message out about how people can protect themselves from getting bitten by mosquitoes, things they can do around their properties to make it so that mosquitoes won't breed near and around their properties, ways that they can protect themselves from getting bit. It's a very vital part of our program. Included with that outreach is our website. You can always go put in a service request 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. You can also sign up for our email or text notification to find out where we're doing adult mosquito control. So it's a great place for people to get good information about the work that we do. So just some highlights. First year since we've existed that ACID was dry, so we did see a below average year in terms of overall production. Unfortunately, sometimes with drought, we do see an increase in West Nile virus, and we did see that. So before 2023, we still had a pretty high year in 2022. 2023 broke all the records, but as I said, we'll talk about that next time. We continue to monitor our mosquito resistance within populations, and then we're tracking the increase in spread of those 2 invasive Aedes mosquitoes. That's it. I'm open to any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Peter. Does the board have any questions? And thank you for the thorough report as always. Seeing none, appreciate it. And up, Supervisor Ripper.
Yes. You mentioned dengue servicing in Pasadena. How would it get transported here? They have any idea?
They don't, but it would either come with a human that had dengue or with a mosquito that had dengue.
Actually, it could come with a human and then...
So dengue, Zika, and chikungunya are mosquito-human diseases. Yes. So West Nile is a human-bird disease, and I'm sorry, a mosquito-bird disease, and humans get in the way. But with dengue, it is a human that is the host for the disease or for the pathogen. But you're also close enough to areas that do have endemic dengue where a mosquito could have been moved that also came already loaded with dengue and was able to transmit it locally. So likely either a mosquito or a human.
And the other question I have, what do you anticipate for your 2023 report?
It's been, well, the reason I'm so delayed here coming to talk to you about 2022 is 2023 has been busy. Yes, I think we had 4 times our record of West Nile virus, 6 times the amount of mosquitoes we typically see. It was quite the juxtaposition from 2022 to 2023, from zero water to water everywhere. So it's been crazy. And it's not just in Shasta County, that's been experienced statewide. Everybody's above average in terms of West Nile virus incidents. We had our first St. Louis encephalitis find in over 50 years.
Yes.
So it's been a very challenging and historic year for us.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Peter. We do have one speaker request for R2. Spencer, come on up. I have no other speaker requests for R2.
Morning, Board.
Good morning.
My name is Spencer. I'm a Shasta County employee. I'm here on my own time. I thought it was worth bringing up right now the selection of John Knight to the board for the Mosquito District. And it displays a concerning pattern in which you have applicants for certain offices, and Chair Jones, frankly, it seems that you are exercising a unilateral control in making certain selections. Now, aside from Donald Ewart, there were 2 other applicants, and one of the other applicants was a decades-long veteran of the Department of Fish and Wildlife with a background in biological sciences. I don't see how that individual could be passed over for that position, having years of real-world experience. When you look at the application that Mr. Knight submitted, he mentions extensive research. Being able to use Google isn't a qualification for a position. Talks about using CRISPR technology, misspells CRISPR, by the way. I think about the selection of Dr. Mu, and this is, aside from qualifications, but 7 out of 8 people on that panel.
Please keep it to R2, please.
Wanted someone else besides you, Mr. Jones.
Keep it to R2, thank you.
So it seems, sir, that you are using your position to select people that you ideologically agree with, despite advice from your constituents, despite advice from people who are qualified for these positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Would anyone else like to address us on R2? You're a popular guy today, Nick.
I guess so. I think that John Knight was a wonderful selection, as with other selections you've made. And I'd just like to say thank you for using your common sense and judgment.
Thank you, Nick. Monique, come on up.
Good morning. I do have a question for the gentlemen who work for the vector control. I'm looking for solutions. If you've ever walked by...
Monique, this is your time to address it to the board, sorry.
Oh, I apologize. I hope they're eavesdropping. So my question is, you know, over by where you can walk by Turtle Bay, by where the freeway is, there is a lot of stagnant marsh water in there. Is there something being done by the vector control? Because I take walks over there a lot, and it's always been in my mindset that that is a large area where mosquitoes and birds do interact, rather than the Pepsi can in somebody's backyard with a little bit of water in it. Is there something being done with those kind of areas as far as vector control?
Thanks, Monique. And I'm sure if Monique reaches out to Peter, you can address any of those issues. So thank you. Would anyone else like to address us on R2? There's no vote on this. This is just an information item. Seeing none, we'll now move on. We've not going to be moving to public comment quite yet. We've moved the calendar around, or the agenda around. So now we will be going to R4, and I do have some speaker request cards. This is to take to the following actions: adopt a resolution amending Shasta County's personnel rules, Chapter 15, Management Benefits, Chapter 16, Confidential Employee, and Chapter 39, Elected Department Head and Board of Supervisors Benefits, making changes to the county's contributions to healthcare premiums, and introduce and waive a reading of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors, Shasta County, establishing employment benefits for the members of the Shasta County Board of Supervisors. Director Fugit, can you give us an introduction on this topic, please? Thank you.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Jones and members of the board. Monica Fugit, Director of Support Services. The item before you recommends the approval of a resolution and an introduction of an ordinance which would establish revised healthcare contributions for the confidential employee group, the management, unrepresented management employee group, and the elected department heads and board of supervisors. The board historically reviews the salary and benefits of these groups after conclusion of bargaining of other employee memorandum of understandings. These recommendations would make the following changes. For confidential employees, beginning in November 2023 for premiums applied to December of 2023, the county would calculate its contribution based on 95% of the employee-only medical premium cost and 90% of the employee plus one and employee plus family medical premium cost categories of PERS Gold. This is consistent with the UPEC General Employee Group, which they typically mirror. And then beginning in December 2024 for premiums applied to January of 2025 and going forward, that contribution percentage would increase by 2% until the employee-only category reaches a 90% and 10% cost share between the employee and employer. And the employee plus one, employee plus family contributions are a split of 80-20. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Director Fugit. Does the board have any questions before we open it up for public comment? Supervisor Garmin.
Oh, and excuse me, let me expand on that. For the unrepresented management, the unrepresented management, the elected department head, and the board of supervisors, that would establish a rate in 2024 of 90-10 split for the employee only. That is less than what is currently in place or for the UPEC General and the confidential being proposed, and an 84-16 split for the employee plus one and family with an increase by 2% annually until they reach 80-20 as well.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me.
Supervisor Garmin.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Just out of transparency, I want you guys all to know when CEO Rickert came on board here at this county, and we all had our meetings with him, and when I had my meeting with CEO Rickert, one of the topics of conversation came up with the supervisor pay. And then when we did have that conversation, and I know you were going to look into other counties, and I know this is how these items came to be today. Out of transparency, I just want folks to know that's more than likely where this came from. I don't know what your conversations were with other supervisors, but I just wanted to acknowledge that for the public.
Well, in this item, Monica, to be clear, this is just a direct result of what's already been happening with the other bargaining.
Yes, this is something that would have came outside of that. The next item, I think, is what you're referring to.
Supervisor Rickert.
Yeah, I have a question on the fiscal impact. It talks about that sentence. It says part of that sentence reads, may require additional contribution by the county to achieve target funding levels. Do you have any idea about what kind of dollar numbers you're talking about?
So it's the auditor's here in the audience. I'm sure that she could probably touch on that a little bit, but essentially what we are going to be doing is, instead of the employee cost sharing that's occurring right now for those groups who have a 50% cost share, applying towards those unfunded liabilities, that difference, we're no longer going to have that. The county will have to take that and cover that. So, and my understanding, it is a slight increase due to the difference with our retirees, but in general, the current impact is relatively cost neutral. I'll let Nolda weigh in on that.
Sure.
But the long-term impact is that it will extend the time frame, and we potentially may have to increase our contributions towards that.
Yeah, and just again for transparency, I'm over the age of 65, so I use Medicare, and I don't use any medical insurance through this county. So I'm not, other than I do use dental at my age. My teeth start or get a little more, you get older and you might need, but that's the only insurance that I use. So this is not going to impact me, and I did that on purpose when I came on board as a supervisor, so that that just wasn't an expense for the county.
Anything you wanted to add on that?
All right.
Good morning, Chair Jones, members of the board.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask, did we have any additional information? I think the report was fairly clear. Did any board members have any more comments before we open it up for public comment? Seeing none, thank you. Don Duckett up first, then Margaret Hanson.
Chair Jones, I meant R5, I'm sorry.
Okay, did you put a card in for R5?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Margaret Hanson followed by Joshua Brown.
So just for information purposes, just curious, do the other elected officials get this kind of help? That's a question. And then just wondering if the other employees were going to get a benefit, which I actually heard her talking about. Not sure quite all the details of this one, but just wanted to find out from you if these contributions, or if you have to contribute, or these employee benefits are just being jostled around. So just not sure. It wasn't clear to me, but anyway, just wanted to know.
All right, thank you, Margaret. And we'll have staff afterwards come back up for some more explanation. Joshua Brown? Not here. Heather McFall? Heather? And then we have Sally after that. And then Judy Salter after that.
Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I too think I got R4 and R5 confused.
I can put this over into R5 if you wish.
That too would be fine, but I think that you should enjoy the same cost sharing that the employees have. There should be no difference between what the county contributes for you as they do to the rank and file members. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally, and then Judy Salter.
Good morning. I'm Sally, and I've been in Shasta County since 1957. And so I've seen it up and down and everywhere. But my questions are, how much money do you make from the people over minimum wage?
So I think you're probably wanting to address R5 then 4. I can put your card over into R5 if you would like.
Well, I think R4, what is that about again?
So this is about certain benefits for elected department heads but it's mostly health care benefits. It's
Okay,
not the pay rate.
I'm here for that one as well.
Okay.
I just don't have the paperwork to be able to look at it. I'm wondering, what is the kind of benefits that you want? Do you want the benefits that are over and above minimum wage, people that make benefits? How much higher do you want it than that? So that's pretty much my question on that one, and I'd like to have an answer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Judy Salter, followed by Jenny, followed by Dolores Lucero.
My comments really relate to the entire package, the 3 elements. Do you want me to wait till R5?
That is correct. This is R4.
Okay.
Thank you. Jenny and Judy, I'll put your card over into the R5 stack. Jenny, come on up, and then Dolores Lucero after that.
I know that the benefits package is the number one thing that UPEC has been worried about they finally signed their MOU and suddenly this comes up here, so that's really interesting. Because I know that the insurance package for your employees sucks. It sucks. It sucks as an employee. I know people who literally, some of the UPEC members who had cancer who could have been cured a lot easier and instead had to wait months and months to see a doctor, and by the time they were seen, it was late. So it's really interesting for you guys to bring up your medical and dental and your benefits after screwing over the UPEC employees. I noticed that there's no general fund impact written on this. And that's a really important thing, because I know you had down to the number how much it will cost you to give your employees benefits. But nothing on general fund impact, nothing on how this will impact your budget. So is it just like, I have it right here, see, look, general fund impact, nothing. There's nothing written there. And that should be stated. How much is this going to cost the county? You were very interested in how much it'll cost the county for our UPAC employees and for SEIU and for everybody else. How much is it going to cost the county for your benefits? It's just an interesting question to ask after like a year and a half of negotiations with UPEC and a sort of pittance that you threw them for medical? Just wondering.
Thank you, Jenny. We'll address that. Dolores Lucero. And I have no other speaker request cards for R4.
I was wondering on this medical, if you're trying to get any kind of medical for all of you, do they have anything that actually you could use under public corruption and mental because you guys have some problems to passing laws that is prohibit. So I want to know if this will qualify you guys to go somewhere to get some medical treatment in the public corruption. Are you serious? How much more are you going to take from the public? The last meeting, you actually put something on the agenda that you shouldn't even put on the agenda because it was a prohibit law. You broke the law, Patrick. And I'm not surprised that you did this because you always said that you would do whatever it takes to get what you want. And I'll never forget that. When I dated you, you told me that. You would do whatever it takes to get what you want. You can laugh all you want. Don't laugh too soon because there's stuff about you people don't know. And I'll tell you, this is a bunch of bull because I can't believe you lower your morals to take advantage of the public. You've been doing this, and yet you got rid of Modi, but you're doing worse because you're doing it in front of everybody here. You're not even ashamed to pull the rug under the people's, to take, the money and to take advantage of them. How dare you? I want to know if that's going to be something that you could use because you need it more because you have no clue what laws you've broken. And yet you pulled everybody else with you down, and now they're going to be paying the price just for your shooting range. I can't believe it. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to say that I dated someone like you, Patrick, because I didn't think that you would do this to the public. I thought you were for the people.
Thank you, Dolores. Would anyone else like to address us? Anyone like to address us on R4? Come on up. John.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Listening to this, I understand that this is insurance package that will be equivalent to many of the groups that already have this. And I am up here representing the DSA, the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I would hope that potentially that negotiations could be reopened up with the correctional deputy group because earlier this year, a 1-year contract was imposed upon them that does not include this health care package. So they will be continue paying for the existing previous health care package until negotiations come up again. So once again, potentially one of the board members or the board collectively can bring this back to the table and maybe put it on an agenda item strictly for the correctional deputies.
Again, John, you'll have to keep this to R4, please.
Well, it does relate to R4, sir. It's completely related.
Just keep it to R4. Thank you.
I don't know how.
The correctional
Deputy group does not have what you are giving to yourself and other management groups, and I'm hoping that will be brought forth that they too can take advantage of this health package that is given to the other employees. Thank you very much. I don't know how I can tie it together any further, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, John. They were offered all that, so a little disingenuous. Mike, come on up.
I think a couple meetings ago I brought this up, and this pertains to exactly what we're talking about now, and that is the three of you bankrupting this county. By not having a cost analysis of what this is going to come out of the budget, you're going to have to start taking elements away from other people. If you were to choose to give yourself an extended package, then I don't see why this gentleman here, if they're working and getting paid by the county, that their benefits don't go up as well, which also comes to the budget. Again, without cost analysis of where this is going, again, like I stated 2 meetings ago, the three of you are going to bankrupt this county. And then the state of California is going to have no choice but to come in and remove the five of you and take it over. Because the state of California will not have a bankrupt county. And once you do that, all gloves are off. The state will come in. So, Mr. Jones, come up with a cost analysis of exactly to the penny what this is going to cost every single one of these taxpayers and the 230,000 people that are in this county. What is it going to cost us? What are you getting for it? Is it equivalent to what we're paying our sheriff deputies? Or is it more? Where is this going? What is being hidden from the public? How much of this do you want to bankrupt us? And how fast is this going to happen?
Thank you, Mike. And would anyone else like to address us on R4 before we have staff come up and answer some of these questions?
Tim, didn't I hear you just say that it was actually Mr. Rickard that had done all this study on this, but it didn't have anything to do with you guys bringing all this up? Isn't that what was said? The Board of Supervisors didn't go out and try to get, more insurance or have, if I'm not mistaken.
Supervisor Garment.
I will say, I had no conversations about this particular item with regards to benefits. It's from staff.
Oh, it's from staff. So it wasn't the Board of Supervisors that said, hey, we need bigger and better benefits.
I can only speak for myself with that.
Nick, come on up. And if anyone would else like to address us on R4, please come on up and get in queue.
Last week I was mistaken when I said getting rid of the continuum of care was going to cost us $350,000. Come to find out, it saved us $400,000 to $500,000 a year, according to Laura Birch, and has been confirmed. And I think that'll make up for this health care in spades. So I don't see how it's going to bankrupt the county.
Thank you, Nick. And Director Fugit, could you come back up? I had a few questions, and maybe the board does as well. Does anyone else like to address us on R4? Seeing none, now we can bring it back. So what is someone has asked the cost, so what is the general fund cost associated with this item?
So as I explained previously, we have a situation where the cost recovery from the employees, we're not going to be receiving that anymore, so it's cost neutral present, but the long-term cost, it can't really put a dollar on that because that involves actuarial reports and liabilities that are projected out that really I don't have a dollar figure to put on that.
And with regards to the Board of Supervisors and the change that's occurring, is that the same situation with that?
Correct, and just to clarify also, typically and historically what we've done is we have mirrored the Board of Supervisors and the electeds to the unrepresented management, which is what we're doing here. So they're not being treated any differently than the unrepresented managers. And the unrepresented management, Board of Supervisors, and elected department heads are not receiving the same level of contribution as the UPEC general confidential groups.
And with this, does it benefit the supervisors as a whole? Are we paying the same, less, more? Is it ultimately going to cost us more?
It depends on the individual supervisor and what plan they may be on. For those who are on employee only, there will be no change to the contributions. For those who are on employee plus one and family, they may see a slight decrease to their rates.
I see, okay. Supervisor Kellstrom.
Yeah, and this is something that staff put on. I mean, you're doing this to mirror the other groups. Is it easier for you guys at this point? I mean, is that just what you've done in the past?
This is what we've done historically, and I think it also is just a historical practice that also, if we did not make those changes we'd have a kind of an equity issue across the county. So slowly, these groups are not represented, so they can't advocate for themselves, so we come forward and bring these items for them.
So it's strictly a staff recommendation,
Correct.
nothing to do with this board. Nobody up here requested this or getting a benefit from it. Thank you.
Supervisor Craig.
One question. I know Supervisor Rickert had mentioned that she doesn't take the health benefits, neither do I. How does that go into when you look at the budget process? I mean, is that something that you guys allocate and say, okay, well, these supervisors don't take, because I believe Supervisor Jones has never taken a pension out of anything. He opts out of PERS. So,
yeah.
Where does that show up in the budget?
The auditor's office, they put together this handy salary projection workbook, which will take into account what level of plan an employee is on. Nolda could probably speak a little bit more to that, but it will also take into account their retirement contributions as well.
Okay.
Supervisor, is that all?
Yeah, I believe so. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickert.
I was going to say, I think that pretty much answered my question, because I'm not involved in that, in the medical part of this. So I'm assuming that would save the county money, is what my intent was.
I don't believe it will save the county any money, but it
does.
Won't cost us anything.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? See none, we'll bring it back for board's consideration to take the following actions: adopt the resolution, and introduce and waive the reading of the ordinance of the Board of Supervisors for the County of Shasta establishing employee benefits for members of the board, which establish the employment benefits for the Board of Supervisors and those identified in the revised Chapter 39 of the Shasta County Personnel Rule. Do we have a motion? I'll make a motion.
Yeah, I'll second it.
So we have a motion and a second. Under discussion? See none. All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Moving on to R5, introduce and waive a reading of an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Shasta establishing compensation for members of the Board of Supervisors. And so I wanted to start this off today by saying a member of the board asked me to put this on the agenda. And so far as chair, I can't remember a single time when anyone has come to me and asked something to be put on the agenda that I didn't put on the agenda. This is not the first time that a Board of Supervisor has asked me to put a compensation package on the agenda. They've wanted it to be on the agenda. This is the first time that I have placed it on the agenda, and so it came to me. I moved it over to CEO Rickert and asked him to take a look at what that might look like, and so that's how that started. For me, I don't take the CalPERS retirement. I never have at the City of Reading, and I don't here. And I've considered the pay here to be light, and I'm trying to think of not only myself, but obviously the other board members. We know how much work we do. We know how much travel time we put in. With the City of Reading, by not taking the CalPERS retirement and refusing the medical, I have saved over $500,000 to the taxpayers. That's how much that would have costed over the last 17 years. And so we are very concerned about some of these costs and the escalation of these costs. But I do think it's appropriate to have the discussion, and I also think it's a very bold move, and I also think it's very transparent. If you're going to talk about a pay raise, you do it before an election, not afterwards. And that doesn't mean it'll pass, but it just simply means we should have the discussion now as opposed to later. And Supervisor Kellstrom, did you want to have a comment before we get to
Yeah, I do want to have a comment because, I had asked you about this, and you said you couldn't talk about it, so that kind of told me there must be a Brown Act violation somewhere along. It had to be another supervisor. So, Supervisor Garman, I'm going to just test how much honor and integrity and honesty you have here, because I know Supervisor Rickert was in Thought You Should Know group saying that this was the first time she had heard about this. I know Kevin was quoted in Shasta Scout saying that, he's totally against this, and I certainly didn't bring it to you. So, Supervisor Garman, I'm going to ask you, did you have asked to put this on the agenda?
Well, and Supervisor Kellstrom, as chair, if someone asked me, I did agree to ask the CEO to put it on the agenda. So that was my call. I didn't have to do that, so it was ultimately my call.
Well, on Agenda R1, Supervisor Rickert brought that forward. R7, you brought it forward, your name's on it. R8, Kevin brought it forward, his name's on it. There's no name on this one, so I'm just going to ask you point blank, Supervisor Garman, did you bring this on the agenda?
Supervisor Kellstrom, like I said just a few minutes ago, when CEO Rickert came on board here, I had conversations with CEO Rickert. Through those conversations, there were some conversations with Chair Jones. And I do not recall asking Chair Jones directly. I do recall asking CEO Rickert to have it put on the agenda.
Okay.
And I believe his response was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it would have to go through the chair, and the chair would have to approve it. So yes, I guess in a roundabout way, you could say that it was that.
Okay.
For transparency, I'm not going to tell you differently.
So, Donnie, I thought you should know.
And Director Fugit, since this has been brought to the CEO as to what this might look like, and obviously comparing other counties, what it looks like, are we overpaid, underpaid? What does this look like? So interested in your...
Supervisor Jones, I'm sorry.
You're not in queue.
I'm sorry, I went to queue. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Cry, would you like to comment now before we have Director Fugit give us the direction?
Yeah, I'll wait. I just...
All right, Director Fugit, please.
Yeah.
Sure. So this recommendation introduces an ordinance which would increase the wages to $7,353 monthly for the Board of Supervisors. This is the median wage of the comparable contiguous counties. The positions were found to be underpaid. There are 2 of our comparable and contiguous counties who are less than, and 7 that are more than. So this would bring up to, again, the median of those comparable and contiguous counties. So in addition to that, part of the reason why we're in this position is because back in 2002, that was the last time the board received a cost of living increase, and the language which would provide for ongoing cost of living adjustments was removed or is no longer in effect for the Board of Supervisors. So this recommendation would also establish language which would align the cost of living adjustments of the Board of Supervisors with the unrepresented management group, and provides a vehicle allowance in the amount of $5,000 over an annual period. So if it's approved, the amendments would occur at the November 7th board meeting and would be effective 60 days thereafter.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Garman.
Thank you, Chair Jones. Director Fugit, do you happen to have off the top of your list there the other counties that you compared to and what those counties make, just for transparency, we can see what that looks like? Because I haven't seen that information.
So Shasta County presently is 53,508. Kings County, 94,590. El Dorado, 88,237. Yolo County, 115,769. Again, this is monthly. Siskiyou, annually, excuse me. Siskiyou, 37,993. Humboldt is 99,073. Napa, 114,575. Madera, 67,768. Butte, 70,559. And Tehama, 20,280.
Supervisor Rickert.
Okay. I'm a little confused here because it seems to me that early in the beginning of 2023, Supervisor Cry, you were talking about wanting a raise. What happened to that?
Yeah, if buckle up, let's tell some truth. I like it.
Well, no.
All right, hey, I've been sitting here biting my tongue, but okay, Supervisor Rickert, thank you. I realized really, really quick that the only people really who can effectively put the time in is people who have plenty of money, i.e. possibly you, I'm assuming. I have been self-employed. I do okay. So I can put that kind of time in. Well, I do. I mean, it's amazing that you people want to disparage me because I've worked hard as an entrepreneur, busted my butt, and provide for my family. And the other thing is, when people want to sit here and boo, this man down here just said he's really saved the taxpayers $500,000, and so many people with their puss foot like, It's like, how can you not clap for a politician that has saved the taxpayers $500,000 by not taking a retirement and not taking health benefits. I mean, that is crazy. That just shows how off kilter most you people are, that you can't even clap for something like that. Okay. So anyway, going back to the comment with this, I brought that up because there was two things. I was using personal staff of mine to help on some help constituents, because like Monique was bringing like 3, 4, 5 people a week to me that needed housing. So I needed to get people into meetings, get help. And what I realized was I couldn't have representatives, even though I was paying their full-time benefits and salary personally, I can't send them to county meetings. So I was said, hey, we have to be able to help supervisors with a paid staff. And then the next thing was, and we didn't have the budget for that because when I got elected, it was way deep into the budget process. So the next thing was, I asked Supervisor Garman, I asked Supervisor Kellstrom, I said, how do you guys live and survive doing this and having a second job? And Supervisor Garman, when we still talked and we still called each other friends, you said it's really tough. You can't. Supervisor Kellstrom, within like 3 weeks, said he had to quit his job because he was going to be fired, because he had to keep calling in sick, or not sick, but he had to keep taking days off. So I started pushing that, not for me. I could care less. I mean, when I decided I was going to run, I thought it was volunteer. That's how crazy off I was. I just said, holy cow, this is nuts. I got to get involved and help my county. And then I found out it was paid. So I wanted to bring it forth realistically for Supervisor Kellstrom and Garman. That's why I originally brought it up. Now, fast forward all these months later, and this man of high integrity just sits here and shuts his mouth, and I'm not going to let him do it because that's his Army Corps values. I understand why he's not saying anything. He's paid to sit there, so to speak. But I know for a fact that this gentleman did not bring this up, because when I saw this on the agenda, I went right to him and said, what in the world is this? And he says it's brought up. Chair Jones wants it on the agenda. I went to Chair Jones and said, hey, explain to me how in the world we're going to go look at this right now. Because we have, if you remember, I wanted to negotiate with UPEC myself, because I run my company saying you take care of the people that take care of you. And this board said, no, you can't go talk to UPEC. We're going to do it our way. So constantly, I've wanted to get our employees better benefits, better pay, because happier employees lead to better services for the people. Better services for the people leads to a happier county. I run my business that way, and I operate as a county supervisor that way. So when you say, Supervisor Rickert, that I had anything to do with this raise, I don't know.
I didn't say that.
Well,
I did not.
But I want to unpack this, because I
Not
think
the
what
way
Supervisor Kellstrom was
putting words
pushing
in my
on
mouth,
is,
please.
I think what we need to do is we need to find out realistically, up here, transparently, as a board, how did this drop in Supervisor or in CEO Rickert's lap where it got on this? So that's my soapbox. I'm fired up because the amount of politics that's played up here with these people's money and life is egregious.
And,
Supervisor Rickert.
yes, and I'm not. Personally, I've served on, this is my 7th year as a board member, and we never talked about pay raises, because the people I served on previously in this board, this was public service. It was.
They all had pensions. They all had pensions. Modi had a pension. Kehoe had a pension. They had like 2 and 3 pensions.
But let me talk.
Quiet from the floor, please.
The fact of the matter is, I have been in this job for many, many years. I see, and I live 80 miles away. I drive a lot more than the rest of you. So I put in probably 15 hours a week driving just to get to meetings. And that's my own expense. I've never, and staff will tell you, I've never turned in any reimbursement from Shasta County for mileage. I pay for everything. I did this because I believed our county needed some help, especially in the areas of mental health and substance abuse and forestry. Could you please ask people to not interrupt me?
It's not bad right now.
You're not doing your job, Mr. Chair. But anyway, the fact of the matter is that I did this because I wanted to do it. As someone who's volunteered, I've lived in Shasta County for 50 years. One of the first things I did in Shasta County was to make phone calls to get West Valley High School built when I lived in Cottonwood. And I've spent my entire life devoted to try and improve Shasta County. Why are you shaking your head?
I'm just asking why.
But the
what does
point
that
of the
do with
matter
raises?
is that this is the kind of job, this job isn't about what we're getting paid. It's what we can do as a public servant. And that's why I'm here. And I do not like this agenda item. I don't know what's behind it all. All I know is the first time I saw it was when I was driving up to MacArthur Friday night in the dark, watching for deer and bear in the road. And I did not know that it was on the agenda. It was a shock to me. But the fact of the matter is, I feel like this is being used as political theater, and it's being used for somebody's campaign or something. I don't know what's going on here, but I just wanted to lay that out there. That's my personal opinion. That's all I have to say.
And I had a question before Supervisor Price. No, Supervisor Rickert, would you be willing, since we're on the topic of paying benefits, would you be willing to forego your retirement, your CalPERS?
I'd have to talk to my husband first about that. No, Mr. Jones,
I did. I gave it up.
that's what you did, but I haven't taken any, I don't have another job where I'm sitting as a clerk all day long in another store while you're getting a paycheck here and not showing up for meetings. I've had to take your place on boards that I was asked because you were not showing up. Should we go there?
Sure.
Okay. I was asked by the Superior Economic Development Chair because you refused to get a background check, and so I took your place.
Well, that is incorrect. You are lying.
No, I am not lying, and
You are
you're
lying.
calling me a liar in
I'm
public.
calling you a liar. I possess a COE, a certificate of eligibility.
Then
that is
I'm telling you what they
you don't
told me.
know you don't know. Don't repeat a lie, please.
They told me because you have to do it. I had to go get fingerprinted and backgrounded.
I've already done that.
But why didn't you show up for the board meetings? You didn't turn it into them.
It had nothing to do with the background check.
I'm done. I'm just done. I just know that I work really hard, and I've been booted down to alternate on most of the boards and commissions I used to be on. I've been at the last 3 NACWA meetings. Mr. Kellstrom hasn't been there, and I'm the alternate. I showed up at the CERTA meeting the other day. I'm the alternate. They asked me to sit in Mr. Kellstrom's seat. The other day I went to juvenile justice meeting. You were not there, Mr. Cry. I took your place. So I'm doing your work, and then I'm being criticized for not whatever you're attacking me.
Well, I wasn't criticizing you, Supervisor Rickert. I just simply asked if you would forego CalPERS.
You
CalPERS
called me a liar.
Well, you
in
did
public.
because you lied, but
I did not lie.
you did lie. So CalPERS is CalPERS is costing the taxpayers $14,000 per year, and that does not include the underfunded liability that's going on forever. And so in the last 3 years here at Shasta County, by not taking the CalPERS, I have saved you $45,000 plus what's going on in the future with regards to the unfunded. Quiet, please. So let's talk about saving some money. Now, if we don't have to take the retirement, let's see if people are willing to turn it down. Supervisor Kellstrom has. He doesn't take CalPERS. That saves you $15,000. And it goes on forever. We have right now, and maybe most of you are unaware, that we're paying right now out of the general fund approximately $30 million for our unfunded liabilities, and that will go on for the next 30 to 40 years if all goes well. It is a serious cost to this county. And I've taken a big step to not be a part of the problem, to be a part of the solution. Monica. Any other questions? I do have a variety of speaker requests for R5. Anybody else? Thank you, Monica. Steve Kahn, followed by Shelley Mack.
Morning, board, community members. I don't know, I was in shock when I saw this whole thing come up. I mean, even if there was, if in fact we need to give a pay increase, I can't see it be $40,000 a year. not to mention the increase in benefits cost. I mean, it's obscene. It blows my mind. Not only that, but 3 of the members here of the board have driven away some of the best employees the county probably is going to see in my lifetime, and continues to, create an environment that we're losing good people all the time. So I really think it's important also to look back at supervisor reports, like Mr. Kellstrom. Take a look at the supervisor reports for him and what he has done between meetings. Look at those and see whether that justifies a total cost in pay and benefits of what? 100? Oh, we'll take 10 off. We won't say 110. We'll say 100 with pay and benefits for Mr. Jones. But $100,000 a year, analyze what they've done. Look back at the meetings. It's a matter of record. See what they have done between meetings. I know several of them have done a huge amount. Mary, an amazing amount, and her response and what she does on things if there's a problem is incredible. Tim Garman has solved a huge number of problems and has responded to people I have known that have had issues and gone out there and take care of it. I have respect for those. But there are other people on this board that do very little other than what they would have been doing anyway when it comes to a dinner or a meal or a group meeting that they would have gone to anyway, but they're saying that it is board business. So I just can't even see it. I didn't even know really what to say here. And then that I believe the employees of the Sheriff's Department are justified in getting additional pay and benefits. You aren't.
Thank you. Shelley Mack, followed by Becky Stetson, and then Margaret Hanson after that.
Good morning. So a couple of my questions have been answered, but it seems to always be about the 3, and I think you guys all know that the 3 are kind of out of this one. So I'm just going to throw the last thing I had to say in there is I would like to bring up McGreeny when we're talking about budgets and wages and salaries. Where is he? He's been on leave for like 6 months now, and I think he should be fired. That's a $225,000 a year salary that could be distributed to some of the lower paid employees in Shasta County. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Becky, Margaret Hanson after that, and then Suzanne Barrymore after that.
Okay, well, first my name is Becky Stetson. First I want to lead off with, I have nothing against an entrepreneurship and earning your way in the world and doing well at it. That's not my issue. My attendance at board meetings has been consistent enough that I've heard this board talk about their stewardship of the county, its people and finances many times. And the resulting argument on this board today and who hasn't seen what, and I had no idea, is a little alarming. But as a 45-year veteran of teaching English, I was pretty sure I knew what stewardship meant. But lately, I've started to doubt my sanity. So I've tried rational, I've tried humorous, and still your hits just keep on coming. So I'm resorting to wizardry.
Is this in your book too?
Yep.
Okay, good.
Now I know where you found my book, so you can put this the same place.
Okay.
Now wizards don't have all the answers, but they can cast spells. Perhaps that's what you need to wake up to the optics of this considered board pay hike. So here goes. May the finance gods be watching as you raise your monthly pay. May you cringe ever so slightly when you see your county workers each day. Those who struggle to make ends meet, those who hunger for services gone, those who know that the idea is preposterous, it's egregious, and it's wrong. As I cast a spell upon you, may your conscience finally win. Use it wisely, read your audience, let sanity kick in. This spell won't be painful, but you'll toss and turn at night, the nagging of plain old common sense until you do what's right.
Thank you, Becky. Margaret Hanson, followed by Suzanne Barrymore, followed by Eric Silverstein.
Interesting. Okay, so R5, compensation for the Board of Supervisors. I wanted to know if this was the same for other department heads also, but I have a statement to make. It's interesting that there were crickets about the raises of over $40,000 a year each given to Darling Allen, Bridget Flores, et cetera, et cetera. Also the upgraded $30,000 a year for McGreeny, which I call McGreeny Gate, because he's missing in action and there's a lot of problems with that. I'd really like to know where he's at. But there were crickets about this. So, you know, a workman is worthy of his hire. I'd like to see the pensions given up, though. Thank you, Mary. Because there are some issues with that. You're public servants. You should get paid well for what you do because it's a hard job. It's difficult. But you should not be taking a pension with you at all because you should go back to what you were doing. Okay? Invest your money that you get or whatever. You know, you could do that. My take is that, yes, I agree about the Sheriff's Association and all those things. Those can be worked out. But my take is that there were crickets about the raises that these people got, and it's before these two came on board. And I know, I understand, I think it was Jones is the only one that voted against it. So thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Suzanne, followed by Eric, followed by Sally.
Supervisors, I'm stunned and I'm appalled at what we just watched take place on this dais. You know, there are some counties, I think Tehama County puts raises for the Board of Supervisors to a vote of the people. I think that would be a really good way to address this. As someone who works as a field rep in 14 counties, my job is similar to yours, and so I understand some of what you're talking about. I understand how hard it is for someone like Mr. Kellstrom to still be a delivery driver and try to make all his meetings and whatnot. It's a lot of work. I get it. But I think we need to talk about some sort of merit-based approach to this. You know, you're bringing up, Supervisor Jones, the cost of CalPERS and retirement. How much money did you leave on the table in the Rancheria agreement? How much money have you spent in this debauchery of messing up our elections system? How much money have you left on the table in so many of your decisions? You know, I think Mary raised some really good points about the fact that you all are not all going to your meetings and you're not communicating well enough with your alternates and your backups to make sure meetings are covered. We are being unrepresented as a community and as a county in places that we should have a voice. So myself and I know others would like to see you guys ratchet up the value of the work you're doing, and then maybe we could talk about a pay raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Eric, come on up, then Sally.
Good morning. Let's imagine that this is your letter, Supervisor Cry. So I'm asking rhetorically, what is this letter really about? You know, you voted for a 2.5% raise for the employees. You didn't fight for their 15% that they wanted. You didn't make any public statements about it then. It's not about saying that you like the government employees. It's about doing something. You didn't do anything. So this letter is, what is this about? You didn't do anything. Everyone is aware that you bully the employees of the county, whether it's management, whether it's general employees. you know, it means that if you really meant it, what you said here, you wouldn't be doing that. It's a total lack of sincerity. Your disdain for the government employees in this county is legion. You constantly say the private sector could do the jobs. You constantly say the churches could do the jobs. You constantly say, you know, you don't care whether you fill the 200 plus vacancies, which puts pressure and anxiety on all the remaining employees. So what's this letter about? How much you care. You know, I just don't know what to think about a person like you who does this. Mary brought up that there's some political game going on here. You know, maybe it's to blame Supervisor Garman for pay raises, so somebody can knock him out the next time he's up. I don't think this is the right forum for you people to play politics when you don't sincerely help your employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Sally, followed by Judy Salter, followed by Spencer.
Hi, I'm Sally again, and I have some questions I want to ask you. Each one of you, how much you have helped 75% the people that voted you in, because you work for us. You're our employees. We're not your employees, and we're not whatever you might think we are, but you work for us. So we need some help here. We need to have help with the homeless. We need to have help with the low income. This county is one of the least. We don't have as much money than most other counties do. We're in sequester with the United States. Do you know that? We still are. And the state is poor. And the people that are paying the taxes are the ones that are the minimum wage. Low income do not have to pay taxes, and neither do the homeless. We cover their butts too. So we don't need you guys asking for a raise right now. We need help. We need help with capping the housing. We need to get capping everything in this county. Once we see that stuff, we're covered, our butts are covered, and then we can afford to pay you guys. We can't afford it right now. We're covering everybody else. That's one thing. And you guys decided to run. If you can't afford to be here, then you should not have run at all, because you're a public servant, period. Okay? And then, going through my notes, I'm dyslexic, so I have a hard time with all this. But then another thing, too, is, let me look through my notes here. Yeah, I'm going with the minimum wage. Okay, minimum wage, I figured out for the year is almost $30,000 a year. How much more are you making now than that? Because you volunteered to do this. Well, you volunteered. And another thing you guys could do, since you can vote in stuff, is that it's mandatory when you get a summons to be a juror in the court, that your employer has to let you go. Why in the heck don't you vote in a thing so that you guys can go to these? And if your employer doesn't like it, then don't run, or run anyway, and make it a law that you guys get to come here. It's the same thing, but you guys are voted in. You may have employees underneath you. Yes, they're working for us, too. So it goes down, goes down from the top to the bottom. And we are not the servants. You guys are.
Thank you, Sally.
Thank you.
Judy Salter, followed by Spencer, followed by Don Duckett.
I'm appalled. I'm just appalled at what I saw a little while ago. There's no excuse. No excuse for that kind of behavior to each other. I'm from the South, and I think your mothers are all turning over in their graves. But with regard to the pay raise, I think the timing of these measures, let alone the whopping 70 to 75% increase, is just jaw-dropping. You know, I understand that the Supes haven't had a pay raise since 2002. And I agree that probably something's warranted. That's a long span of time, and none of the employees in your regular businesses have hopefully have been that long. But when you tell the unions that 2.5 is all you can do, and you deny the health care benefits to the correctional employees, it seems that your 75% proposal is not only insensitive, but it's kind of greedy and ludicrous at the same time. And you say you can't give the sheriff more money to hire law enforcement. You just appear deaf to what the citizens are asking you to do. You know, we're asking you to deal with the homeless problem. We're asking you to deal with fentanyl. We're asking you to deal with mental health. We're asking you to deal with the jail. And you're just not listening on those issues, it appears to me. And besides, it's my money you're trying to take as your money. And I want my taxpayer dollars to go for law enforcement, to go for mental health, to go for drug addiction, to go for homelessness. I really hope you will table this idea, come back with a sensible proposal, and let us consider it then. It's my money. It's all of our money as taxpayers that you're asking to give a 70 to 75% pay raise. Timing's off, guys and madam.
Thank you, Judy. Spencer, followed by Don Duckett, and then Heather McFall.
Spencer Deardorff, county employee here on my own time. I just want to start by saying that I have 4 kids, and if they behaved like this, they would all be in timeout right now with their tech time taken away. Your employees who are sitting up here and your constituents deserve better than that behavior. You guys need to communicate with each other. I get that you all hate each other. You still have to talk to each other so that you can get stuff done. Please communicate with each other. I had a lot to talk about for this pay raise. I understand the sentiment behind it because I'm glad that many of you are blessed to be in a position where you can give up pensions and can give up benefits and things like that. I make $400 less a year than you guys do, and I'm fine sharing that because anybody can go on Google and search what any government employee makes. It's public knowledge. And I understand because there's plenty of people who don't make a lot of money who come from more disadvantaged places who could offer a lot to this body. They could run for office and they could offer great things to this community, but it's hard to raise a family of 4 kids, even on my salary, and I'm glad that I have another source of income. My family's been blessed like that. That being said, the timing is awful because as a county employee, 2.5%. We were told the county needed to be fiscally prudent and could not offer more than 2.5%. $4,459 a month to $7,353 a month is an increase of $2,894. That is not counting the next agenda item that's talking about certain compensation. Sorry, the next agenda item is about a board amendment, I believe. Sorry. I was going to talk a little bit more tongue-in-cheek because I talked to some of my friends who make even less money than I do about certain things they were told in order to save, like giving up avocado toast, going to Dutch Brothers less often, that can save you enough to get by, move to a smaller house, whatever that might be. The timing for this is off, and it's a shame that it is even on the agenda, because your county employees, even if this motion does not pass, your county employees will remember the mere existence of this item in future negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. John Duckett, followed by Heather McFall.
Good morning, board, staff, members of the public. I too am just so disappointed in everyone's behavior today. At the last meeting, I gave a speech about statesmanship and collaboration and respect. It matters not who put this on the agenda. All of this bickering and fighting it's ridiculous and embarrassing. Please stop. Frankly, I'm glad this is on the agenda because it gives us, the public, a chance to evaluate your performance as board members. And the only thing that we have to evaluate you on are your agendas, what you're bringing forth as issues and items that you want to work on for this county, and your board reports, and your behavior on the dais. And many of you have businesses, and if an employee came to you asking for a raise with the same performance that you're giving this county, I'm pretty sure I know what your answer would be. Having said that, I do agree with Judy Salter that you should be getting COLAs or cost of living increases. I think the charter that's coming up on the agenda would be a great place to put those COLAs. Have the people decide. I'm not opposed to you getting 2.5% today and then moving forward, letting the voters decide when you want to get a raise, when they want to approve a raise for you. I also want to point out to you that many of us take a day off work without pay to be here. We also spend many, many hours researching, reading board agendas, collaborating with the community members. And I do think that this is a civil service and that people that are going to run for office should keep that in mind. Trying to think if I had anything left to say. I think I'll leave it at that, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Don. Heather. And then Christian Gardner.
I'm not sure there's a lot left that I can say that hasn't already been said, but again, I will reiterate that you all are taking time, either with, either from another job or, not having another job so you can do this job. You should be compensated, and you should be given the same wage increases that the other employees that work for Shasta County receive, no more and no less. And that you have gone an extended amount of time without any increase, sorry, but that's just the way that you guys have designed it. But you should never put more on your plate than you are willing to give to others. And 2.5, 2.5, and 2 was what was deemed fiscally responsible. That you should receive no more than that. That is just to put yourself above others. And I'm sure that probably a lot of you were saying you're unaware, Mary, that this was going to be put onto the agenda. For whatever reason it's been put on, whether it was to manipulate the public into being outraged for specific, who knows, and honestly, who cares? You should get a raise of 2.5%. And it should maybe be a resolution that you put forward that your wages will be determined by what other units in Shasta County receive. It's logical, it's reasonable, and I don't think that anybody here would begrudge you for getting that. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Christian Gardner, followed by Jenny, followed by Dolores Placero.
Gee, Mr. Kellstrom,
good to see you're awake. So, but I thought it was the neo-fascist Cottonwood militia, your buddies, that put this on the agenda. The people you like to really defend. 75, 80% raise plus $5,000 for a car. Until you pay the person that cleans these chambers, the people that go take care of the elderly, the people that service the IT, and maybe one day you'll get that fixed, Patrick. The people who clean up the messes, the garbage, the county employees, when they get a 14, 15% raise with benefits, maybe you should get a 14 or 15% raise with benefits. Until then, this is not a good look. In fact, it smells of grifting. Get elected into a position where you can line your pockets. Wow. You got to put this county and the people who do the business of this county before you. You set policy, but you do some work, and you do deserve more pay. But until you're willing to respect your employees and pay them, you don't deserve a 75 or 80% raise, period. This nonsense of calling somebody a liar, 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 liar. Well, there's nothing like a little money to bring out the political differences between far-right extremist grifters and people that just really want to do the business of the people. I hope one day you do get a raise, but until you take care of the people that work for you in the proper way, you don't even deserve to be sitting on this dais.
Thank you, Christian. Jenny, followed by Dolores Lucero, and then Robert after that.
All right, so sheriff's got what, 2.5 in a raise? Social workers got what, 2.5? I do believe Patrick Jones stated that all of the other unions already folded for 2.5 for their raise. So that's what you guys should fold for. I mean, everybody else did it. The unrepresented workers, the two unions that I know of, they all went for 2.5. So should you be paid any more than that? I know that my mother was a social worker for 25 years in this county, and she lived in Bernie but was transferred to Reading. And she did that trip every day. Every day. Do you know how much mileage she got paid? Nothing. Nothing. 25 years of driving two ways from Bernie, to Reading, and Reading back to Bernie, leaving at 4 in the morning so she could be to work at time. And what did she get compensated for that? Nothing. Gas was insane even back then, especially if you live in Bernie. And now you guys want to be compensated more than that? You want to be compensated more than your social workers and your IT and your sheriffs. You guys don't want to throw money at, what was it last time? You don't want to throw money at the people guarding the inmates that are in the hospital because you don't want to throw money at that, but it's just fine to give yourself a 75% raise? This doesn't feel fiscally responsible to me. What are you doing for UPEC? I see UPEC members that are sitting here taking notes. I know in 1995 they pulled something like this, and it caused quite a stir. You guys said that this isn't unusual to do vote raises in for yourself. Well, I know in 1995, when they voted a raise for themselves, it caused a huge stir with UPEC, and they ended up getting everything they wanted. I noticed you signed the MOUs first and then voted this in. I know that this is the first year ever that there has been a recorded strike, a full-on strike of your staff. So what does that mean? What does that mean if this is the first time that the staff actually shut down the county in the entire existence of the county? What kind of a job have you been doing as a supervisor? And if that's the scenario, why would you vote in a raise for yourself? Now, I'm also going to echo what everyone else said. Why are you all up here bickering over who brought this forward? I mean, what does it matter? What matters is who votes on it and how you vote. If you vote for the raise, it doesn't matter who brought it forward. It matters how you vote, and we're all watching.
Thank you, Jenny. Dolores Lucero, followed by Robert, and then we have Leslie Sawyer after that.
Just for the record, for everybody to know, I dumped Patrick Jones. Tim Garman, Nick Garner. You know, this is what you support, Patrick. Crap like this. And another reason he's constantly bugging me and everything because he asked me out. That's embarrassing. I would never go out with him. So I told him if he keeps this crap, I want to put all the emails he sent me actually. So this is a joke. This is a freaking joke. This is serious. This is our tax money. The Board of Supervisors are abusing their position. Tim Garman, why don't you just have the balls to kind of say that you're the one who wanted this item to be put on the agenda? The reason you want this is because you made a deal. Here's the thing. You get your check is garnished by child support. Why don't you say that that's why you need the raise? You know, this is bullshit that you guys are abusing your position. And this guy over here, Kevin Cry, talks from both ends. Transparency. Bunch of bullshit. Are you guys really falling for this crap? I mean, you guys are embarrassing our town. You're abusing your position for you to be giving yourself a raise, even to be putting this on the agenda. I mean, my gosh, how much more shit are you going to be taking away from us? This is our tax dollars. You work for us. We don't work for you. We tell you what you should be doing. I think we need to do a TRO injunction to remove these people for public corruption. I think that's what we need to do. We do. And I will be looking into that because you know what? I tell you right now that there's no way I'm going to turn turn this away because this is so wrong for you guys to be doing. It's embarrassing. Tim Garman, what do you need more money? Haven't you got enough money from the Indian tribes? Didn't you get enough money from Patrick Jones? From the rumor says he got $100,000 for putting in your campaign. Didn't Mr. Crybaby over there got mad because you got that much money? So what did Patrick do? Give him 10 grand for his campaign? Come on, you guys. What do you think this is? Go ahead and laugh. You're going out. All of you are going to be replaced by Gavin Newsom. And if I have something to do with that, I will do it because it pisses me off that you guys think you could break the freaking law. Abuse of power. You guys are sickening.
Thank you, Dolores. Supervisor Garman, is it even worth it?
Probably not. But I do want to say that there is not a single penny that gets garnished out of my checks for child support or any other reason.
Robert, come on up, followed by Leslie, followed by Bonique.
Good morning. My name is Robert Belgeri. I've lived in Shasta County for 37 years, nearly 37 years. I was a court employee at one time, city employee for a while, and other work I've done before I retired instructed me in how to do a compensation study. This is not how you do it. The staff report that brings this to you also brings it to the public. That should inform you, and it should inform them. Why are we finding out only from this dais what the comparable counties were? Why was that not in the staff report? Why was there not a premonition of this in a previous board item where you even made the policy decision that was reflected in what the comparable counties would be. El Dorado County, I can't sell my house even if it were paid off and go down there and buy a comparable house. That's a gold-plated county. Why is that being used? I'm going to give staff the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to assume, because I used to be staff, and I was taught how to write a staff report that informs the deliberative body and the public what all the data behind it, what predicates the proposed move. I'm going to give staff the benefit of the doubt and say they put an actual compensation study in front of you, and it got vetoed. It got sent back. No, that's not the information we want the public to know before they walk into the goddamn building to hear you deliberate on it. For crying out loud. I saw a conclusory assertion in the staff report about contiguous and comparable counties, again without any substantiation. It's a conclusion. Okay, let's look at a contiguous county. It's already been, Ms. Barrymore already talked about Tehama County. That's a joke on the other end. $1,000 a month does not put a cross-section of candidates before the people, okay? But there's gotta be, it's not a binary choice of paying you that. Put this in front of the people, because this is not good governance, it's not transparent. This is smash and grab.
Thank you, Robert. Leslie, followed by Monique, followed by Bruce Anderson.
Hi. First, what happened over here? Why was it brought up? Who brought it forward? Well, simply because I don't know about your guys' morning or everybody else's morning, but I already had to talk to people down before I even walked into this, because Mary went to the hate group TISC and made a big deal, because the news, who puts out false information just to disparage you guys all the time, made a big thing. And so before I even stepped foot into this meeting, I had people calling and texting me saying, oh, I guess today is going to be fun. Look what your guys are doing now. Guess what? Wasn't my guys. So that's why that conversation had to be had. Also, while those who want transparency are quick to sit over there and yell out repeatedly, oh, stop. Why? Because the transparency of the conversation didn't fit your narrative? Because the transparency of the conversation showed that people who sit here and shake their head, oh yes, in agreement to how egregious this raise is, didn't shake their head, didn't speak up, didn't say anything. When Kathy Allen Darling, when the sheriff, when the superintendent of schools, when the registrar of voters, who won't even bother to show up here and answer to the people for the job she's supposed to do, is making more than 2 times what you guys would be making if this goes through. Those people are worthless. Those people are not doing their jobs, and nobody is up here complaining about that. You're not shaking your head about that. You're not going to TISC over that. You're coming up here. You're creating more divides in our country. You're creating more issues, and then you're coming up here and being like, oh, look, he yelled at me. Please say something and make them be nice. Stop it. I have much more to say, but now I'm too angry.
Thank you, Leslie. Monique, followed by Bruce Anderson, followed by Mike James.
Good morning, Board. Hello, fellow constituents. My name is Monique Willeen. I had a conversation with Josh the other day, and he stated that he felt like you guys were going to ask for a raise. So I saw the what you guys had put out, and none of it blatantly said you were going to ask for a raise. And I don't want to fight with anybody. My biggest issue is that a true leader is somebody who eats last, lets everybody else eat first. I do feel like it doesn't matter regardless who put this on the agenda or not, but the reality is I agree with that gentleman that this should be something that goes to the voters to decide. But just so you guys all know, Kevin is absolutely correct when he says I bring 4 to 5 people to him a week to help me get them off the streets. So I actively know that Kevin is working hard to do that. So I also would say Mr. Garman just as much also works very hard at what he does. But again, this is something that should be placed in front of the voters. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. Bruce Anderson, followed by Mike James, followed by John Knight.
Hi, board. Hi, public. Well, number one, you guys took a public service job, okay? You're supposed to be working for us, okay? So number two, didn't you guys vote on term limits also? And hopefully that passed, if I remember right. So, you know, as far as your raise, if anything, cost of living raise, that's it. Cost of living increase, that is it. You know, it does make a difference who put this on there and why it got put on there and how come it got to be how much it is. Now, yeah, so, I mean, let's see, give me a second here. So, another thing, you guys should not be voting yourself the raise. It should be the general public voting yourself the raise if it's other than a cost of living increase, okay? So, and then, I don't really care about the other counties and what the other counties do. We've kind of set ourselves aside to the rest of California anyway, so it really doesn't make a difference what the other counties are doing. You guys are up there to support us, to take care of us. You guys were all hired for a main reason, and that was we have a homeless problem, we got a crime problem, we got a lot of different problems up here. That's what you guys were put in office for, and that's what we'd really love to see you do. Our roads are screwed up. They're working on it a little bit at a time. But the homeless issue is not getting taken care of at all. The crime issue is not getting taken care of at all. And yes, I know it's our governor that's creating most of those problems, okay? But I think there's ways we can figure out things to do to resolve those problems ourselves. And I don't really care what Sacramento does. Let's just put them on a bus and bring them to Sacramento. Then they can take care of them. But we can't do that. Love to, but we can't. And pension-wise, I don't think any of you guys deserve a pension because it is a part-time job. It is not a full-time job. It is not a career. And you guys should only get medical while you are here working. You should not get medical on past your time when you're here in office. And 2.5%, whatever, if that's what you gave them, maybe you guys should take the same raise. And homeless crime. Other than that, it looks to me like trick or treat. You know, the trick's on us, the treat's for you.
Thank you, Bruce. Mike James, followed by John Knight, followed by David.
Mike James here again. Mr. Jones sits up there and touts that he saved the county $500,000. Let's just do a quick cost analysis. $5,000 each a month for driving and gas. That's $25,000 a month. Times 12 is $300,000. That's just for that. That's a quick analysis. There goes half of that. Then top on the 80% benefit of pay increase on that. That takes that, it's 75 to 80% is the increase. Add that to it. That adds another approximately $280,000 a year. There goes that $500,000 savings that Mr. Jones touts that he just saved the county, which is now gone. If we did it fair and gave them a 2.5% raise, I think all of us could vote real quickly. How many for 75 to 80% raise for them? How many for 2.5% raise? But they're going to do what they always do. And if you look back in time, and it's been going on in this county with this board and the previous boards for the past 30 years. They ingratiate themselves, they pass stuff to make themselves more money long term and screwing every one of us in a longer term. It's happened with Glenn Hawes and numerous others. If anybody in this room were to look deep dive into every single council member, they will see how this takes effect. I've started it. And by the end of the year, I should have a pretty good analysis of who's done what over the past 30 years and who's lined their pockets. Modi?
Thank you, Mike. John Knight, followed by David Halkin, and then Julian after that. And then we're going to have a pretty hard break. We're going to have a pretty hard break at 11:30. We'll continue this in 1/2 hour. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, does anybody up here know exactly what the CalPERS debt is? I know it's creeping up on $1 billion. Does anybody know the exact number?
900 and something million.
Million?
Almost $1 billion.
So it would take over 30 years at $30 million per year of paying that debt off to have a balanced budget with the CalPERS.
Roughly.
So, okay, so I just wanted to say I really praise you who gave that up, because I don't know how. I mean, I guess everything was just fine and dandy in Shasta County, and now we've got some people trying to fight for the people, and I guess everything was perfect before, you know, and we're not running a freaking balanced budget. We're not, I mean, what's going on here? Are we just going to, if we don't like someone's personality, we're going to persecute them? I mean, why can't anybody get up here? And, I mean, that is very admirable to give that up. And for people to get up here and get on these people about, it wasn't even their idea to have a pay raise. I mean, they're making $47,000 and $42,000. I like the fact that people brought up McGreeny, assistant CEO. I'm not going to throw David under the bus, but I'm not sure how much he's helping at, what, $230,000 a year? I think some of this stuff needs to be looked at. I mean, he was in hot water as the sheriff, and then a brand new job just was created out of thin air. Okay, there was no assistant CEO position. Then all of a sudden it was just created out of thin air. Does anybody have an issue with that? I mean, so, all right. Well, anyways, I just wanted to say thanks, guys, for giving up your CalPERS, because that's a massive debt that needs to be talked about.
Thank you, John. So our next speaker, and it'll be our last speaker. We still have more. We'll have to table this item because we'll be starting R7 shortly. We are on a hard break. So David will be the last speaker, but in 30 minutes we will pick up the remainder of the speakers for R5.
Thank you, Board. David Halligan, 25-year resident of Shasta County. Happy Halloween to all you guys, and it's pretty darn scary out there today, isn't it? This whole issue about raises and other things that are going on, Kevin, I saw your letter. It's the best thing you've written or said, as far as I'm concerned, since I've been coming to these meetings and listening to things. I'm hoping it's from your heart, but is it writing as to what you say or is what you do? I don't know how you voted for the 15% raise over 3 years for the union employees, but your comments on here is, hey, the Shasta Board of Supervisors can't have a 40% hike with the conditions that we're in right now. The county employees are the backbone of the community service. It's only fair and just that we prioritize their well-being. These employees are the ones on the front lines providing essential services to our community, and they deserve to be compensated fairly and for their hard work and dedication. We must act in the best interests of our constituents and the county as a whole, making fiscally responsible decisions that prioritize the well-being of our dedicated workforce. Awesome letter. Awesome letter. Again, I don't know how you voted on this, but it's just very concerning that you're asking for this amount of money, not you, Kevin, for the board on these raises. You guys got everybody upset because that number's out there, $122,000 for 5 of you. It works out to like $25,000 a year. It's over a 40% increase. That's what Kevin says. Lavish 40% hike. I don't get it. Somebody comes up and talks about comparable other counties. I've looked. LA makes $285. Sacramento just voted themselves an increase to $170,000. But put it all down in relative terms. This is where we live. Cost of living, a house in Shasta County averages $350. In the state of California, it's $800,000. I always told my employees, don't show me the wages in LA or San Francisco. I'll pay you if you want to move to those counties. We got a great county. We've got a pretty good system as far as keeping inflation down. Should you guys be compensated more? I think you should. I don't know why you haven't. The average price of an employee raise in 2022 was 8%, I think, in the state of California. Maybe you should be on CPI. Take it out of your hands and give you a raise based on the consumer price index. You know, over 10 years, the consumer price index, in 13 it was 15, 16, 0.01, 13, 21, 24, 18, 12, and then we got in trouble, guys. 2021 was 4.7. 2022 was 8. Okay? The unions were in trouble because they had signed contracts. 3% raise. 3% raise is pretty good when you're talking over a time frame of 10 years. It hasn't been. Again, I think you should make some more, but show us why. Just don't tell us what other people are making.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Hey, Chair.
Supervisor
Chair,
Clark.
I'd like to respond real quick. I just want to make this point because other people have brought this up. And I can't speak for Supervisor Kellstrom, but when we were doing the UPEC negotiations, we were in the first, I think it was 60 days of us being there, and I brought up wanting to talk to UPEC myself, because what we have, and I'm not sure what's been shared publicly about who voted what in that, but we have obviously support services, and then we have a union negotiator that the county outsources. So we can't actually talk to individuals that we're trying to negotiate with, so we have to take people's recommendation. And to me, and again, I can't say a whole lot of what happened in closed session, but what I will say is that's why I was so adamant about wanting to connect with the union negotiators from the other side, because to me, I just don't like having to weigh such an important decision without being able to talk to people that I'm making the decision on behalf or for. And when you're using like a union negotiator in this context, I mean, I don't know this person. I didn't hire them. I didn't bring them on. I didn't appoint them. They were just, I was voluntold that this is my person. So I have to trust somebody else. I'm not saying an individual isn't trustworthy, but it was very difficult for me because I do believe everything I wrote in that letter. That's why I wrote it. And I knew how politicized this was going to be. So I wanted my thoughts on paper out early because I think we haven't even began to scratch the surface of this topic. So,
well, Kevin, I think you connected with the union, because if I'm the union representation, I'm bringing your letter into every meeting and passing it out every time to the 5 of you. And this is what Mr. Kreis says about the employees of Shasta County. That'll give them some firepower. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to be tabling R5 for the moment. So Julian and Cork will be calling you up afterwards. We're going to be moving on now to R7. This is to discuss the master agreement between the County of Shasta and Hart InterCivic. This one is sponsored by me. ROV Allen is here, and so I had a few questions at this time. And we do have a few speakers for R7. So what I wanted to bring up, ROV Allen, was on the Hart Civic contract, the board agreed with your recommendations, roughly around $200,000, if I'm not mistaken, for the Verde build, the Verde count, the Verde central client, the Verde workstation, the Canon G2140s. That equipment all added up to roughly $200,000. It was your recommendation that we purchase this because the Secretary of State was saying that it would be required, that we would need to take an image, electronic image of the ballot and serialize the ballots. And so I wanted to talk about that portion of the Hart contract. We find out now later, after the fact, that what we purchased does not serialize the ballots, and in fact, it does electronic tabulate, which I believe this body was misled by you in April of that portion of the contract. And I want to get your thoughts on that.
I prepared some information for this meeting on Friday, October 27th. I asked the board what questions they had for this board item, but you all declined to provide that information. If the questions from the board are not addressed here in my remarks, I may provide written responses where appropriate. Today is 7 days until the county's upcoming special election and 126 days until the March presidential primary election. With the little time we have left for the upcoming November election, My staff and I are focused on completing the tasks required to ensure that our county can conduct lawful, transparent, and accurate election. I am the elected official statutorily authorized to conduct elections in Shasta County, and it is my duty to follow the law, including the recently passed AB 969. 969 very plainly does not permit a full manual vote count for the upcoming elections here in Shasta County. In addition, both state and federal law require a voting system in place to provide tools that help ensure that those with visual, physical, or cognitive disabilities can independently cast their vote. As such, any attempt to prevent the use of our county's voting system implicates both law and voter accessibility. I also understand that the board is considering terminating its voting system contract with Hart InterCivic. Under AB 969, any such termination would be ineffective unless and until another certified voting system contract is in its place. After the board's decision to cancel the county's contract with Dominion Voting Systems, my staff and I took the necessary steps to follow the Board of Supervisors' April 6 decision to enter into a contract with Hart InterCivic. During that meeting, the board authorized me to execute an agreement with Hart InterCivic not to exceed $950,000 of county funds for the purchase of equipment, associated hardware, and software to use their certified Verity voting system. Contrary to claims made by certain members of the board, I and my staff fully disclosed the nature and terms of the Hart InterCivic contract and its system, including the ability of Hart scanners to tabulate voter ballots and the associated budgetary requirements. My disclosures of these facts to the board is easily confirmed by reviewing the live stream recording of the April 6th meeting, the accompanying board report, and the legal minutes from the board's special meeting. Since the April 6th meeting, my staff and I complied with the board's decision to cancel the Dominion contract and approve the new Hart contract. We also have expended enormous time and energy complying with the board's request to manually count ballots, including devising a 92-page manual tally plan. Over the last 4 months, we have updated crucial day-to-day processes, created procedures to implement an entirely new voting system, moved locations to create room to serve voters and manually count ballots, implemented a new remote accessible vote-by-mail system, and prepared for a special election. My staff must now continue with their efforts to focus on their tasks at hand. Any changes to resources or decisions that impact the day-to-day operations of my office, including any attempt to modify our current voting system contract, will impair my authority to conduct elections on behalf of all the citizens who reside here in Shasta County. My course of action will be to continue to follow the laws of the state of California and protect the democratic process for the voters of Shasta County. I will continue to ensure the highest possible degree of integrity of the county's election process through the administration of all federal, state, and local election laws in a uniform, consistent, and accessible manner. I will uphold the democratic tradition that has been enshrined in this country, this state, and this county for decades. I am deeply disappointed by the chaos and division created by the actions of this board. I will continue to serve our voters in a nonpartisan manner, but I reject efforts by this board to berate me and my staff, who work tirelessly to facilitate effective democratic processes for this county. At no point in my career as a public servant and elected official can I recall being treated as poorly and unprofessionally as I have been over the last year. It must stop. I have been clear and transparent on the resources and systems needed to provide voters with a ballot and provide my staff with the ability to count those ballots. I am committed to ensuring the highest possible degree of integrity of the county's election process through administration of all federal, state, and local election laws in a uniform, consistent, and accessible manner. That is the end of my statement.
So in April, so let's be clear. So let's be clear, in April, I reviewed the tape. I reviewed the tape several times. At no time did you say the system, the Verity Build, Count, Central Count, or Workstation would electronic tabulate to this board. At no time did you say that during it, and that is recorded. You did say—
Are you telling me that you didn't read the staff report that accompanied this item?
I did, and what it says was we were spending $200,000, quiet please, on Verity Build, Verity Count, Verity Central Client. What I want to know is, you said in the video that informed this board that this material would electronically tabulate, and that, I believe, is false.
I said in what video?
In our recordings that we reviewed, you said that you had told this body that the machines that we were purchasing would electronic tabulate, and I believe that is false. This board was unaware that what we were purchasing would electronic... Quiet, please.
Oh, no, I am not going to be quiet. Sorry. I am an independently elected official in this county.
I allowed you to speak.
No, you know what?
If you're not going to...
Please go ahead.
If you want to speak, speak, but then let me.
Go ahead.
So we asked you specific questions, and you responded by saying you needed this equipment, $200,000 to be exact, to electronically take an image of the ballot and to serialize it, which it does not serialize. Now, if anything, it's certainly a breach of contract. But at no time did you ever say to this board that what we were purchasing would be capable of electronic tabulation. And I would like to ask each board member if that is correct, because I've reviewed the tape and nowhere in there does it say that this material that we were purchasing, because I have no idea what VertiBuild or VertiCount does or doesn't do. I rely on you. And you responded by saying...
Wait. You rely on me?
Well, you requested
You
this.
rely on me.
You requested...
For what exactly?
You requested to have electronic image taken and to serialize. That's what you said.
In order to comply with regulations coming from the Secretary of State.
And does it
Not
take
because I
place-
felt like it was a great idea.
Does... Quiet from the floor, please. Quiet. Now, does this... what we purchased, does it serialize?
No.
Okay, so why did you indicate that it would?
I was misinformed.
So this is a breach of contract.
No.
Did you ever say in that video that this material... Quiet from the floor, please. I'm asking our elected ROV a very specific question on a contract. Did you tell this body that this machines, these portions of the Verti machines and the cannons could be capable of electronic tabulation?
That information was included in the information we provided to the board, yes.
Did you, when we were asking you those questions in this boardroom...
Did you ask me, does it tabulate?
No, I did not. But you
And
did...
if you had allowed this department to go through a regular procurement process by discussing the fact that you had concerns about Dominion, perhaps, there's an idea. That never happened prior to January 24th. You never called me and said, hey, let's talk. I have some problems. I want to figure this out. In fact, have you ever called me, Patrick?
Yes, we did, and you failed to respond. You, not too long ago, you said you declined to meet with me and the CEO. You did.
Do you have any personal obligations in your life ever at all?
Well, you just said that...
Yes or no?
You can't answer a question with a question, right?
My
you have
point
declined
is,
to meet with me the last time.
Yeah, you're right, because I
Okay,
have
good.
personal family obligations. Just as I am today, doing something else at the same time, poll worker training is happening as we speak. I should be in the room, but I'm not, because you didn't bother to check with my schedule to see if I was available or not. Just like you didn't bother to check with my schedule to see if I was available or not the week of October 11th when the meeting that you're talking about didn't happen. You also didn't ask me if I was available to be here on the 17th. You summoned me.
Yes.
I do not work for you.
Correct.
Correct.
So I just
I
wanted
am
to be...
happy to meet with, the board is my partner.
Well, that's why
I've
we're
said
here.
that to the media
Correct.
multiple times. And
So-
there are very defined rules that the board has, and I respect that. And I respect each one of you because each one of you were duly elected.
Mhm. So the reason for this, there's no vote on this here today, but I have grave concerns on the portion of the contract from Hart that you requested for $200,000. You told us that it would take electronic images and serialize, and it does not. It does not.
Mr. Jones, I would suggest that if you don't like the laws in the state, that you work on changing the laws in the state.
Well, that's another topic. Right now,
Actually,
we're
it
just...
isn't.
Right
It's
now,
all
we're
the
talking
decision
about...
to purchase this equipment was tied to the regulations and the laws that govern how we conduct elections in California.
Right now, we're talking about a portion of the HART contract that I believe you misled us on. Now,
you keep saying that.
well, you did. I went back and looked at the video. You knew this board was not interested in electronic tabulation. You knew that.
Kevin, how many times did I tell you when you said to me, I don't want to trade one box for another, and I said that's exactly what's going to happen. That is what we are required to do by law. I can recall at least 2 different times that I said that to you.
Well, let's get let's talk to some of the supervisors. So start with Supervisor Cry. With the portion of the HART contract, were you aware?
Chair Jones, I want to just, can I answer that? Kathy, I mean, we spoke back in, I want to say it was November.
Over and over and over.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about before I was elected, met you, it was June. We've always had a pretty good working relationship. The comment about the box, one box for the other, my question is going back to Joanna, who liked ES&S, you liked HART. And my thing from the very beginning always has been, I do not like to finance things, I like to purchase things outright. I do that in my personal life, I do that as a supervisor. So trading one box for another, you said you wanted to move away from Dominion and you could let the contract run out, but if we were going to cancel it, you'd prefer HART. You like HART better. So that's answering that question.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not?
I said, you said to me, I don't want to trade one box for another. And I said, that is what is going to happen because that's what the law requires. Do you recall that conversation?
At that time? It didn't require it at that time.
So
it didn't.
So going back to the, I mean, do you remember the conversation, Joanna? Joanna, you want to step up?
No, she does not want to step up.
That's fine. So you and Joanna both together with me, and Joanna said, when did we lose your trust, Supervisor Cry? And I said, I don't distrust you. I said, I'm going down this road of understanding our voting process and our system in terms of how we're paying for it and what that looks like. And then you called me and said, do you believe the 2020 election was stolen? I say, I don't know. I said, I don't know one way or the other. What I do know is in Shasta, and you remember that conversation, correct, Supervisor? I mean, so we went from talking about counting local ballots for supervisors, water district, school boards, et cetera, all the way to the 2020 election being stolen. So for me, this whole process has been about local control and about how we want to do things here. I believed at that time, as I do today, that our county is small enough to be able to do another voting system process, so we went down that road. What I didn't know back then, which is what I know today, is there's a powerful machine that is the government of California. And what's really disheartening when we talk about trust is, as we were having conversations about maybe hand counting some of the races, but then tabulating the others, seeing how the Secretary of State was working behind the scenes and how fast 969 was pushed forward. So again, like Fountain Wind and many other programs that are pushed by the state, it's been about local control. So for me, when we talk about one box versus another box versus this contract, it's really about doing things as fiscally responsible as possible and keeping local control within Shasta County, because Shasta County is different, it's special, I want to keep it that way or return it that way. So I hope that helps answer some of your questions.
It does not.
Okay.
I asked you a yes or no question.
Well, and
you just spent 5 minutes, not it.
Well, but the thing is, but we're talking about trust, and the thing is I can't tell you what your other relationship with your other supervisors were. You've always been super kind to me. We've always had a pretty decent relationship. But as this has happened, I've got lumped into some group or something that just because I'm asking questions, and it's like, you know,
so
people ask me
just because
questions.
I'm asking questions also has the sidebar of, or perhaps intentional effect of questioning people's competence and
I've never
just
questioned
generally
competence.
Undermining their authority.
Yeah, I've never questioned your competence ever. For me, again, and back to this budget item or this agenda item was, I mean, this is Supervisor. So I'm, you know, that does bother me if we're talking about this item, that you asked for an additional $200,000 for a specific task to serialize and take the digital image of the ballot. So if we agreed to do that and then it doesn't do it, that's a pretty big, I mean, that's 20%. If I overshoot something in 20% in my company, it's a disaster. So I don't know how we just, and the other thing is too, like this board wanted to hand count. And so if we were going that way, either you had very inside information from the Secretary of State that this wasn't going to be able to happen, or we just wound
Why
up
would I
getting
have spent 4,000 staff hours developing a hand count system?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. So I'll back to you, Chair.
Supervisor Kellstrom, would you like to weigh in? Were you familiar on the contract in April? Did you realize that was going to electronic tabulate? Did you understand that or not?
Yeah, I thought it was strictly to meet the federal requirements for people with disabilities, and I think I asked you the question at that time. You know, do we have to have one at every precinct? Could we get one machine, say, for Shingletown that would cover Shingletown 1, Shingletown 2? I remember that was my question to you at the time, but I thought this was I thought they were just there to facilitate people with handicaps to vote.
Supervisor Garman, would you like to weigh in at all on what you thought we were purchasing back in April?
I thought we were purchasing another box, like Kathy Darling Allen said, a box. We're just trading a box for a box. I went to when you had the
open
companies,
house?
the open house. Thank you. I went there and looked at all the
February,
machines.
right?
I think you guys all had that opportunity, or everyone was there too. So I knew what we were getting. I trust our registrar of voters. She does an excellent job, and I think this is something that's just a witch hunt.
Supervisor Ricker?
I also went to the open house. I wanted to educate myself, and we also had Hart come here and talk, and they talked about their machinery, and I have full confidence that Kathy Darling Allen is making the right decision. It's her decision, and that's why she was elected by the people, and I support that. So yes, I was aware.
All right, ROV Allen, we have no questions for you. I do have members of the public that would like to talk to R7. Thank you for coming. First up is Joshua Brown, followed by Suzanne Barrymore. After R7, we will return back to R5.
I'm not for this. I'm not against this. This is just a big fat nothing burger. I want you to focus on health care, on jobs, on housing, not on this. This is a non-issue that should not be on the agenda at all. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Joshua. Suzanne Barrymore, followed by Margaret Hanson, followed by Richard Lee.
So, Supervisors, this is another item that ties in with what I was saying earlier about the quality of work that you're doing. There was a staff report about the HART system that mentioned 11 times that this was going to tabulate. It had that capacity. So the fact that you're here completely surprised and shocked by this is your own doing, Patrick. I first heard about the capacity for tabulating when I went to the elections open house. We heard in some degree of detail in this room from Hart about the capacity of these machines. This very much feels like disrespect and completely abhorrent behavior for the elected official in this county who is the most broadly supported by the electorate. So thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. Margaret Hanson, followed by Richard Lee, followed by Dolores Lucero.
I got tons of questions today. I got about 5,000 questions here, but I'll only get 3 minutes. So our ROV went to Sacramento instead of coming here and answering to this, so you had to put this off until today. So that's not disrespect. We have a lot of questions. I want to know what she did about screwing up Shasta Lake's special election because she was so interested in Modi's recall and thwarting that before she missed it. Somebody moves out of district, she missed it. And then she wanted Shasta Lake City to pay for half of it, which was about $82,000. So that was about $41,000 she wanted them to pay for. So how much of this do we have to put up with? It is relevant. Anyway, so the problem is that we've got somebody who went down to Sacramento who knows what she was doing down there. And then all of a sudden we get all this stuff where we can't even manage our county because the state is stepping in to things that they shouldn't step in because they are a violation of voting rights. And I don't care about having a little machine for somebody that is disabled, fine, whatever. But the thing is when you're forcing the rest of us who don't want that, that is disenfranchising the voter. And I'm going to speak louder because some people don't know how to shut up. Anyway, so in all of this, there's a lot of questions. I have many more for her, but I'm addressing it to you guys because you need to be asking the hard questions. And when her defiance up here and her rudeness, you know what? Dang it. She's an employee of the county. Yeah, she's an elected official, but I'm going to tell you right now, she does answer to the board because they have to ask questions. Because if there's impropriety or problems, she needs to answer them instead of being defiant or knitting in the back. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Richard Lee, followed by Dolores Lucero, followed by Jenny.
Good morning, Supervisors.
Good morning.
My name is Richard Lee Dupertis. I decided to be Richard Lee so I wouldn't surprise you with that name. It's a shock the first time you hear it. It's Dupertis. I have been a poll worker on and off for several years here in Shasta County, and I would like to speak to an issue raised at the last meeting where someone said that it might be a good idea for the poll workers to count the ballots at the precinct.
Now, this is very, sir, this is very specific to the Hart contract. If you can focus it in on that a little.
It's the closest I could get on R7. You want me to come back at
No, I'll continue. If you can
unclassified?
try to rein it in, that'd be fine.
All righty. I appreciate that. In order to get to work at 6 o'clock in the morning, I have to get out of bed at 4 o'clock in the morning to be nurtured and coffeeed and alert to be able to walk in the door at 6 o'clock in the morning and jump on the work. That first hour before the polls open, we are in a flurry of activity to set up the machines and set up the information table. Set up all the stuff outside to guide people in, put all the legal notices up. That takes up the first hour. Throughout the day, you know how voting works. You walk in, we tear a ballot off of a tablet, we give it to you, you go to the booth, you vote, you come out, and in the past, you put it in a tabulation machine that took care of that. During the day, people might come in and not be on the roster, in which case we would issue a provisional ballot, or in later years, the phone call be made to the county so that we could give them a ballot knowing that, never mind that. At the end of the day, we have 1 hour after 8 o'clock to put everything together, and this is what our day looks after being up, going into our 16th waking hour. Write the page total in one box and accumulated total in the other box in the bottom of the roster page. Calculate the total number of signatures on all three rosters. Write the total number of ballots on line 1. Write the total number of signatures on poll workers. Collect the ballots from the unused ballot container. Separate surrendered and spoiled ballots. Write the total surrendered ballots on the unused ballot container label, and on and on and on. That we are in a mad rush to end this. We're barely able to function without this list. I'm just trying to say that for the good of the county, I think it would be best if trained county workers who are refreshed and willing to stay up all night be the ones that count the ballot in the county building.
Thank you, Richard. Dolores Lucero, followed by Jenny, followed by Christian Gardner.
I have a problem with this, and I have a problem with Kathy Darling. I'm always going to say it, and I want to stick to it. And I'm putting this on there with a piece of gum so people could see that she's gone on to the website. I think it's called X now. She's actually kind of warning everybody in regarding what's going to happen here coming up in the election, November 7th. She's basically giving warnings of her staff, that people are stalking her, they're harassing. And for her to be coming up here for her to act the way she does, I think there's a problem, because this woman, and I could tell you right now, like I always say, justice for all. And I mean it. Justice for all, equal, even, fairness. This woman has broken the law, and when if she breached the contract, it's called, also besides the breach of contract, I have to say it's called conflict of interest. Also, it's called False Claim Act, meaning anybody could file a complaint with the Department of Justice under the False Claim Act. And it does fall under the conflict of interest. And like I said in the past, she needs to be removed, because no public official should be breaking the law, period. She tampered with the election back in 2013. The documentations don't lie. She actually came to the Board of Supervisors and asked for documentation to be destroyed in a criminal activity, when there was a criminal case pending. And she was actually one of the witnesses, and they took place in the election department. You have a problem. If you want to do anything, do something, but you can't keep on doing the same thing over and over and expect different results. And like I said, I don't like the woman because she broke the law, and she did do it. If you don't believe me, ask me for the documentation to prove that she came to the board. And ask the board to allow her to destroy documents. And that means she tampered with the election that was taking place. That's a criminal act, tampering with election. So you have to do something. If you're going to just bring it up and do nothing, then you know what? This is the problem. We're always doing the same thing, and no results happen. So, but before you even make somebody accountable for their actions, you need to stop breaking the law yourself.
Thank you, Dolores. Jenny, followed by Christian Gardner, followed by Jeff Goder. And after R7, we will be taking a recess for lunch. So we'll get through this, and then we will come back to R5.
I'd like to take note that Dolores and I very rarely agree, but we were sitting next to each other, enjoying each other's company, and that's kind of an important factor here. This may not make sense to you right away, but I'm watching the culture that's being brought up on this dais here, and the way you insult each other, the way you insult your staff when Kathy Darling comes up. I mean, I don't even understand why this is on the agenda. It just looks like it's your fodder for when you get your county the way you want it, and that way you can fire her and install whoever you want and override what the people want. I mean, she was elected by an overwhelming majority of the county, by a larger majority than most of you on this dais were elected by. And so when you treat our elected official that way, you are talking to all of those people that elected her that way. On this culture that you're bringing up in here, I'm listening to people, like I'm talking to people. I mean, like I don't get along, or how do I put it? I don't agree with Monique on most things, but I still like appreciate when she comes up here and talks. And I know she's saying the same thing I am. This culture of anger and bitterness and bickering has to end. And it has to start with you guys. You guys are the leaders. You are setting the stage for how this room should operate and behave. And when you guys are fighting with each other over who does what, or it's spilling over into your employees of the county, into your constituents. It's causing great amounts of division. And if you're going to continue to attack Kathy Darling like this, I don't think it's going to go well for you. She was elected by what, like 85% of the constituents? I mean, there was a lot of people elected to her. And she wasn't elected by, like, because all of you are only elected by a small part of the district. She was elected in a lot by Shasta County. So that's something to really think about. And when you're up here yelling at her, I watched the podcast where Kevin Cry talked about how he wasn't going to vote against Dominion machines before he was even elected. They talked about how there was a podcast and we do have it and you can avoid it, but the internet's forever. And even if you erase things, we still have it and we can easily pull it back out. You stated on a podcast you were not going to vote against Dominion machines. Our poor lawyer and CEO, I'm just watching them do this the whole time. Like, seriously, you guys got to, like, tighten up these meetings.
Thanks, Jenny. Very informative. Christian Gardner, followed by Jeff Goder, and then Rick.
Mr. Jones, here's a couple of lies you've told recently. We might be the county that changes the whole country. That's bullshit. We will take AB 969 to court. You actually said that.
We're working on it.
That's a lie. We will hand count votes in Shasta County. That's a lie. You're attacking an elected representative because your main issue here is you're a conspiracist. You lie about how, well, here's your quote. People know too much now. They've been investigating lots of information, and history will prove itself in time. It already proved that you're lying. That's propaganda. Propaganda for Trumpism. No matter how many times you say it over and over and over, the big lie is just that, a big lie. It's been thrown out of court 60 times, twice in the Supreme Court. And here's another lie. We, the board, set the policy for elections, and we will oversee the election department. Nope. That's a lie. State of California oversees the elections of any election here in California. Period. And so please, don't take my word for it. Just go ahead and try to violate the law. You will be removed from the diocese so quick your head will spin. Go ahead and try it. The fact of the matter is, you use this propaganda. I think you're a little smarter than some people give you credit for, because I think you know it's a lie. And you're using it for political gain in your attempt to turn our county effectively into a MAGA paradise. And here's the other thing that you need to know. In talking with Eric Lawyer, from the wonderful individual who came up and gave you a beautiful presentation on Charter County, Kathy Darling Allen cannot be removed until her election is up, until her elected time is up. Period. That's about 3 years from now. Now you can try, but you're not going to. So just go ahead, stop this malarkey. Let's move on. There's too much to do.
You did great. Jeff Goder, followed
Well,
by
thank you,
Rick,
sir. I appreciate that.
And then Kim Moore.
Good morning. Mr. Jones, I'm sure your head is exploding over the idea of having to machine tally the vote. I know you've said that hand counting is your hill to die on. But, you know, I do find the way that you're disparaging our elections officer and their workers and officials disgusting. and disingenuous, because your concern about the Hart machine was that it could tabulate the vote, not that it could serialize the vote. You recently stated in an interview that with ABC News that you were misled because the machines could tabulate. And then I sent you an email indicating that you had made a false and defamatory statement about Ms. Darlene Allen, because it clearly showed in the staff report that the machines could tally. You're not a fool. I know that. And it's stated right in the report that the machines also engage in a tabulation, if that is determined to be required. I mean, it's right there. So, you know, you made a false and defamatory statement about Ms. Darlene Allen. I showed that. Now you're claiming that you want to get rid of the machines because they don't serialize. Okay, that dog does not hunt. All right, you've already made it clear that you want to get rid of these machines any way possible in order to violate AB 969 and make the state sue us rather than us have to sue the state. You know, as I stated before, the first law of holes is when you're in a big, deep hole, stop digging. You're still digging. I mean, you said that the county's not going to abide by the law. Now we've got the Secretary of State indicating, yes, we will abide by the law. You've created a situation of extreme tension and uncertainty and a concern about safety with these elections, you know, with your comments and your continuing disparagement of the elections officers. So, you know, I told you you'd engaged in false and defamatory statements, and you continue to do that. And this idea of, oh, these machines don't serialize, and therefore that's a breach of contract, you didn't give a darn about that. What you were concerned about was that these machines can tally. And yes, I know that to be the case, and you've already been on record in that regard. Don't dig any more holes. You know, any attempt to try and get out of the contract with Hart, you're just making us look stupid and foolish. Please, stop.
Thank you, Jeff. Rick, followed by Kim Moore, followed by Casey.
People don't need your guys' help to look stupid and foolish. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for giving me the strength and courage to speak at this meeting. I agree with Susan Barrymore. This is the first time I've ever done that, I think. But Susan Barrymore represents 14 counties with whatever a field rep does. She said we are being unrepresented in our count. I agree with that completely. I also heard on the news this morning Shirley Weber's letter to the clerk. She stated they will take all actions necessary to ensure all elections are done in accordance with state law. There's a whole lot of stuff that I'm seeing in here. These people are coming up here and they're making accusations. They're bringing up different accusations that are completely false. And I find it absurd and, like somebody else has said out here, appalling. I'm going to read from the Observation Rules Guidelines. It says, Shasta County Clerk and Elections Office welcomes all observers who wish to see the process of an election. Your participation as an observer is part of the security of each election. We want this experience to be a positive one, and it will be with your help and cooperation. And that's just it. If we cooperate, it will be. And that's the problem I have. So then it leads me to some of my questions. Questions are, where's the transparency? I went down to this open house and I left appalled, okay? Where is the chain of custody? Why is the machine behind locked doors? How come nobody could answer a single question I had? Not a single one. I don't know, and I left, okay? 8 steps. Require voter ID. Bring back paper ballots. Eliminate mail-in ballots. Bring back traditional verified absentee ballots. Clean up the voter rolls. Improve Watch reforms, which would include us being able to observe. Bring back single-day voting. Somebody said that it would take 16 hours. 16 hours. 1 day a year. 1 day, 16 hours. Get rid of the poll pads, and obviously there's discrepancy in machinery. We need to get rid of it. You were lied to, flat out lied to, by the clerk. This is why I've been this upset, because I'm lied to every time I go down to an open house. It's ridiculous, and I'm appalled.
Thank you, Rick. Kim Moore, followed by Casey, followed by John Knight. Kim, are you still here? Kim, would you like to come up and talk about R7? Right now? Yep. And then Casey, and then John Knight afterwards.
Good day, Kim Moore, District 1. It kind of fries my muffins because Shasta County is the reddest, most Republican county in the state of California. Democrats can have the rest of the state. Mesa pattern of fraud shows, as well as the other 3 investigations, shows that those of us who are questioning our elections have good reasons. Each individual investigation showed that there are irregularities to fraud occurring. So we're the ones that asked for this, a new voting system, a more secure voting system. These leftists, provocateurs and operatives who have done nothing but fight the entire time while trying to pretend that they're the majority. They are not the majority. They are in the reddest county in the state of California, and if you don't like it, get the hell out. Because Republicans deserve at least one county in this state that can belong to us, where we can do our thing, where we can be Republicans. We don't need to be choked out by Democrats, especially when we have elections, investigations.
Quiet from the floor, please.
When we have investigations that are showing that there is fraud, and all we are asking for is to be able to conduct our elections in a way that we feel secure. They can run their ballots through their machines, their rigging machines. They can tinker with them all they want, but do it after we've had a hand count. All the way up until these machines were introduced, hand counts were conducted and results were given in one night. They tell us we need machines so that it can make it easier, faster, and more effective. We put the machines in, and now it takes 2 freaking weeks to get results. That is not improvement. We are the constituents. We're the voters. We are the priority. Hello, Mary? Do you hear me now? We're the priority. Not your provocateurs, not your operatives, not your ROV who comes in here disrespecting our board of directors. We're the priority. We're the ones telling you we want our elections secured now.
Thank you, Kim. KC, followed by John Knight, followed by Bob H.
I love my country, and without election transparency and integrity, there will be no America. It will be a selection, not an election by we the people. And we have seen loads and loads of proof of all kinds of problems with our election process all over Shasta County and all over the country. Kathy Allen has overseen her own elections for almost 2 decades, an unacceptable conflict of interest. She's also dead set against hand counting. Why did she give misleading information? She created and published a budget for hand counting, say it was more expensive than the shady outsourced global machines. Why would she be coming up with a budget for something she absolutely does not want? There was so much in there that was unnecessary, and it was a propaganda piece for the media to write about to sway public perception about this. AB 969 was created in retaliation by big government to what was decided by this board. It was after your votes on Shasta County voting, so it's invalid. It's obvious Kathy is not bipartisan. It's totally appalling that you were given false information that was pivotal in your decision on the heart machines. We need to continue to stand against those like the far left politicians that continue their huge overreach and unnecessary laws and taxes, draining huge amounts of money from Shasta County residents and business owners. Their bureaucracy has been out of control, and the reason droves have left the state and many more plan to. We can't allow California corruption to continue to rob us here in Shasta County. We don't need Gavin Newsom or the big California government making decisions that our local government are supposed to make. Our freedoms are continuously taken away, and this is part of it. There was so much overreach. We had a Governor Newsom spend $1 billion on masks made by a very shady CCP bus production company, and Newsom refused transparency about it. Why were he partnering with the country where COVID came from? Newsom ordered COVID elderly to go into nursing homes instead of hospitals, just as the Governor Cuomo of New York did, becoming responsible for thousands of deaths. In California, there was more. If there was more oversight that prevented Newsom, there would have been more deaths here as well, like they were in California, thousands of deaths. Yes, but we're talking about your oversight, and you have oversight against the state government trying to make their corruption here, bring their corruption here. Thank you.
Thank you. John Knight, followed by Bob, followed by Steve Kahn.
I just wanted to say I'm in support of, at least having a discussion of whether there was a misleading information that went towards the contract with Hart. I think that's a legitimate discussion to be had, and just because it's an agenda that people don't want to hear, I'm just the hypocrisy of people that support one thing versus whether they like that subject or not. I think it's very important to at least have the discussion and say, hey, what was said? Were we misled? Regardless of the subject, that's an important discussion to have. And the people that come up here and talk to you guys as disrespectful as they do, and in the same time they're saying that we can't believe the way you talk to these people while they're being horribly disrespectful. And so I want to say that I appreciate the realness that you guys have, and obviously Kathy and you guys have a thing going on, which I actually respect the fact that she gets up here and says what she wants to and how she does, and so I mean, people that want to cry about it at the same, now with the exception of Jenny, was very respectful when she came up here and pointed this stuff out, but other than that, everybody else who's talking about this stuff is very hypocritical, and I appreciate the realness from you guys, and I'm glad we're having this discussion about the contract with Hart.
Thank you, John. Bob Holsinger, followed by Steve Kahn, followed by Randy Compton.
Good afternoon, board. I believe it's afternoon. Yep. Hey, I'm got an audio here from Laura Hobbs, and she's been down to the registrar's office and observing different things during open house and beyond. And I'd like to play that for her on her behalf, please. Hopefully.
Logic and accuracy testing of the Hart Verity 3.1 machines. My conclusion was that they did not test if the votes were tabulated accurately. They used only 28 ballots. Furthermore, they lied about it. When I asked how many ballots were used, they told me 5 stacks of 11 or 55 ballots. It was only upon my inspection of their report the day after that I discovered only 28 ballots were used. These were 28 ballots of unknown composition. They weren't even looking to see if the machine counted them correctly. Logic and accuracy testing is supposed to be performed with a ballot deck of known composition that has been first hand counted, which is the gold standard. They then compare that to what the machine counted. Say, for instance, 75% for Camille and 25% for Casey. This did not occur, and therefore nothing tabulated by this machine should be considered accurate. Furthermore, the EAC website says that Hart Verity 3.1 is a terminated system. No results from this machine should be certified as true and correct without these basic safeguards. I urge you not to certify the November 7th election until a full hand count has occurred. Certifying fraudulent results has consequences. June 2022 should never have been certified. The cry signatures should never have been certified. At some point, you have to take a stand for people of this county. Fraudulent elections have consequences. Please separate the local ballots and defend Shasta's sovereignty from an oppressive and tyrannical state government and from Kathy Allen, a corrupt ROV who stole her own election, as well as many others according to the CVR data that she has yet to refute. Compel her to testify. Patrick Jones, Chairman, you have the authority to subpoena her. Please subpoena her and compel her to testify and remove her from office. Thank you very much.
Also, at the end of her thing, she wrote a text in here, and she says that when she's watching these machines, we all know that they do factually tabulate. Whether it's factual or not, it's to be questionable. She says they tabulate, and they were actually tabulating Xeroxed ballots, which was very interesting. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Steve Kahn, followed by Randy Compton.
Board, citizens. So this is actually right off the agenda for April 6, 2023, the regular general government 3, okay? And this is going to be just page 9 of that whole agenda, so it's not like you had to go through 1,000 pages to get here. Okay, so the equipment and software needed to comply with the manual tally must be certified by the Secretary of State. In both the internal county meeting on March 15, 2023, and during the February 28, 2023, and March 28, 2023 board meeting, the Secretary of State's staff present at all 3 meetings, make it clear that the Secretary of State's manual tally regulations currently under development will require that prior to manual tally, all ballots must be scanned and serialized. Currently, the only certified equipment available from HART to scan ballots also has the capability to do a machine count, even if the county's process provides for manual tally. Additionally, since the Secretary of State has not issued its regulations regarding manual tallies, it is unknown whether any additional equipment will be required or if a machine tabulation may be required. The machines available to scan could meet those needs for a machine tabulation if the situation arises. Voting system equipment is required to perform these tasks, and the equipment used in that process must be certified. So if you guys don't read the agenda, you're not doing your job, and you sure as heck don't deserve the raise.
Thank you, Steve. Randy, and then Diana Keaton. Kenyon.
This really does appear to me like it's staged chaos. To bring Kathy up here to be able to accuse her of lying. If you was really interested in those machines and what they would do, it'd be an easy Google search. If that's very important to you, you would already know that. No, I think it's a staged event where you get a chance to call Kathy a liar, where you get a chance to call Miss Rickard a liar. So anyway, because going back, it's a pattern with you guys to stage these events from Carlos and his army of armed people going to come in and take over, to Patrick coming in and in here letting red, white blueprint in. It's all part of the club. To bullying people out of their positions, replacing them with your friends, incompetent friends. It's all a process of taking over the region and gaining control. And so it's just staged chaos built on Trump's big lie which is failing. His lawyers have turned against him. His attorney general has turned against him. They're all testifying against him, all of his people. His big lie is complete nonsense, but you guys are sitting here, you're trying to float a paper boat full of holes, and our whole county is going down, is sinking, financially. So I think you're beyond irresponsible. And anyway, I hope the people of this county will save us from you three.
Thank you, Randy. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Diane Kenyon, and good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, Chair. Do I have to just speak into it? My name is Diane Kenyon, and what's that?
There's a button to the right that lower on the podium. On the podium on the right.
This is fine. I probably don't need the microphone. I am the great-great-granddaughter of two Shasta County pioneering families, the Kenyons and the Straubs. Megan Dolly is my cousin. Her great-great-grandmother and my grandmother were sisters. This is awful. I do not believe what's happening into this county. You guys all know, don't you, that Republicans have been in charge for 50 years? You are winning, and you're putting us all through this for no reason. And now you have awakened the hornet's nest called the Democratic Party of LA and Sacramento. You're not going to get away with it. You want Shasta County to be the first in the nation to hand count. For what? So Patrick can say something, we were first in the nation? How about that $500,000 you saved? Since you haven't taken the pension and you don't want a background check, why don't you feed some people with that? Why don't we feed people and house people? You have been winning for 50 years in this county. So don't tell me things are awry in the elections office, because they aren't. Just stop.
Thank you. Nick, come on up. And I have no other speaker request cards for R7.
In response to Diane, she wanted to know why we're doing this, why we're doing a hand count. We're doing a hand count for accuracy. We're not doing a hand count.
Oh, it's been
Quiet, please. Quiet from the floor, please. You're disrespecting the speaker.
Look in the mirror, little sister.
Quiet from the floor, ma'am.
Personally, I like the interaction up here. I like the interaction with you supervisors. I like it when you question a speaker up here. These are things that went on before this board that we never got to see. We didn't get to see how our decisions were made and the rank car back and forth and how it came out. So I appreciate this. Jeff got up here and said that you guys were making us look stupid and foolish. I don't see how anybody could make us look more stupid and foolish than Christian and Jeff and Supervisor Barrymore. Oh, geez, that slipped out. Seems that she's angling for to be appointed supervisor should there be a vacancy in one of the seats. That's just something that I was told I wasn't supposed to mention. But, you know, the main thing I'm up here is our Register of Voters, Kathy Darling Allen, said it took 4,000 staff hours to set up a hand count. Jesus jumped up, Christ on a pogo stick. What did they do for 4,000 hours? I went to the open house. They got 4 people there sitting at a table counting ballots, and one gal handed them to them. And, 20 hours would have been too much. Everything else up to that point we're already doing. It wasn't extra time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Nick.
Have a nice lunch.
Richard, or Lori, come on up. And this is R7.
Yep, R7, Lori Bridgeford, and I was just taking notations for everybody speaking on this particular concern. And like many people have said repeatedly, The elections that she ran were for herself. She did not recuse herself. We have a list of about 18 problems. I'm not going to have time to mention again. I don't know what the 4,000 hours were, but I hope that wasn't watching a YouTube on knitting. She can do that on her own time, but not on our county time. There's a certain couple people that constantly interrupt, and I wish they would sit in the back, because it's really hard when I'm at the media wall to hear, because it echoes back. So he knows who he is, and there's a couple people in the chambers. I'm not saying one side or the other, but Kathy Allen is so unprofessional. I've said this so many times. When you are asking her a simple question, she deflects. You're over the target, and you know it. And I think it's time for her to leave. It's absolutely the worst. I would never speak to someone on record, on file, with everyone watching, online and the rest, with such absolute spite and vile and rudeness. At least look like you care, look like you're paying attention, and maintain yourself, but she can't do it. So, again, that whole thing about the online deflection, what is it? When somebody asked, could Joanna speak, and she snapped and blocked that immediately, that's to silence. That's part of censoring. And this is why we keep bringing up transparency, truth. I really don't mind if you guys have a heated discussion. Sometimes that's the best thing to have, especially if it's been years and years, and you know, I don't appreciate if people are on the hate troll online, everything. We already have one person that provides that with one individual who makes nothing but hours on end. I was in a 4-hour, 14-minute one with two people that are on the election committee. I might bring that up later. My point is, if you're participating in this, you can't cry, wham, wham, boo-hoo, me. You can't. So you have to get to a mature space and knock that off. If you're subverting what's going on and you pretend like you care up here, that's not going to work. We sense it, we feel it, and we see it. So hand counting, I don't see the problem. It's nothing new. It's been around forever. Machines have been new. I don't see what the big headache and problem is to hand count and then shove it in a machine of your liking. I don't like the fact that we were misled, and if there's a breach of contract, please, let's look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Richard, and then I have no one else for R7. We will be taking a 1-hour recess for lunch after this. We will go into closed session for R13.
It appears to me that this R7 is because there was a question on the transparency and possibly the integrity and the trust with our elections office with this HART contract. That's why this is here. Let me count the ways why Kathy Allen is not to be trusted. She went to Maricopa County twice, a place of highly contested elections. To this day, she has refused to explain why she went. She went to a George Soros-funded event in Washington, D.C. with NGOs that are trying to take away the sovereignty of elections from county officials. Okay.
Quiet.
This is all fact. Everything I'm speaking of, there's videos, there's documents, there's everything. Kathy Allen refused me to work as a poll worker because of my political affiliations. I have the document, a violation of federal law. Kathy Allen refused to give me a videotape of the alleyway behind the registrar's office. It's open 24/7 to the public. Zero expectation of privacy. Gee, that's the back door where all the employees go in. I wonder why she didn't give me that video. She refused another longtime poll worker to work the November general. She refused on her political beliefs. She continues to this day to violate Election 15104, allowing observers to view the envelopes and the signatures thereon. She is violating the laws many times. She is refusing to be transparent on many levels. My list is now 17 points long. She is not to be trusted. She has a history. She's not to be trusted. If she pulled these shenanigans on her supporters, gee, would they be okay with that? Gee, they're going to be okay with that, aren't they? She's not to be trusted. She has a 2-year history of not being trusted. It's just amazing that people can't see that. This board should be calling for an investigation on all 17 points on my list. There needs to be an investigation against her. She's violated federal and state laws.
Thank you, Richard. Would anyone else like to address us on R7? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Does the board, any board members have any questions or concerns before we move on? County Council.
Just a request that we both talk about R12 and R13 when we go into closed session, if possible.
Okay.
R12 should be fairly short.
All right, so now, would anyone like to address us on R12 or R13? These are two closed session items. We will be taking approximately an hour and a half, possibly, for these two items. Joshua Brown on R12, are you here, Josh? If anyone else would like to address us on R12 or R13, please come on up.
I'm just curious, Patrick, are we taking an hour for lunch and then an hour and a half maybe?
Well, we're going to take an hour and a half, up to an hour and a half for lunch, and then we'll reconvene and we'll get back on R5.
Okay, so we got an hour and a half.
We have an hour and a half to be able to go over these two closed session items and lunch.
Thank you.
Joshua Brown for R12. And this is significant exposure to litigation, one potential case, county's Public Record Act fee ordinance.
Okay. I think imposing a heavy fee on Public Records Act information is not legal, and I'd really like to see you repeal that fee before the courts do it for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. Would anyone else like to address us on R12 or R13 before we take a 1.5 hour lunch recess? Ms. Lucero. And then we'll return to R5 after that.
I want to know if this closed session, is it going to be about Eric McGreeny? And if it is litigation, then I do believe that Kevin Cryer needs to recuse himself because he caused the problem. So therefore, he needs to recuse himself from the closed session. So I'm just bringing that out because I do believe he went and harassed his Eric McGreeny's wife. So just so you know that he needs to recuse himself from this closed session if it's regarding Eric McGreeny.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to address us? Seeing none, we'll have now a lunch and closed session recess, approximately 1.5 hours.